Oh yeah, for me it was difficult, but cool
Yeah,
exercise. Cool exercise.
because of the 1 hour or because of something else?
Yeah, 1 hour. I think to simplify shape, it's difficult. But yeah, really cool exercise.
Okay, cool. Yeah, but Misa, you're used to it. You already had to go through this one.
Yeah, same thing. I realize I don't know how to simplify, I guess, plants at all. I don't
Yeah.
think I've ever painted them in buildings, so it was fun, but yeah, it was hard.
Yeah, I know this is a really difficult one, even for me. Like as you can see, if you watched the full 1 hour I did, it was like 1 hour and a half, because I just wanted to really like polish it, I would say. So yeah, I know it's very difficult, but the more you do this, the more you kind of get used to plan thing and to really simplify and to get straight to the point. So yeah, I think at least to me, it was a good exercise to improve. Crippling anxiety. Yeah. I understand. Challenging, but you enjoy the process. Yes, it really pushes you to, yeah, to find solution. Okay, cool. Great overall then. Okay. So today, of course, we'll have the review of your homework. And then we're gonna talk about how to understand and deconstruct several art direction. And the homework will still be based on studies, but I think it will be a bit more difficult than the studies you had to do for this week. Yeah, Jacob was a lot of fun. Yeah, but I already saw a difference between like the first one and like the second one you did. I think I remember, but yeah, you did already some great improvements. Pretty okay. Struggling to paint my picture and make them more interesting than just pick a study. Yeah, this is 1 hour study again. So you kind of need to already do some choices and be like, okay, what do I need to prioritize with this study? Do I want to go away from my study and be creative, or do I want to learn more about shape or about color? Or it's really, really hard to like handle everything at the same time. But yeah, okay, cool. So yeah, let's do the review then. But you all did pretty great work. Let me check. Who is the first one in my list here? I downloaded all your work, so it's maybe not in the same order as on Discord. Um, yeah, I have Jacob here. Here we go. And I have your references here. If you're here, Jacob, but I think you are. I saw a message in the chat.
Yep, I'm here.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello. So yeah, this one was the very first one. That's cool.
Yeah, the first two I tried using a mouse. It was just like very hard.
Yeah, and then you ended up working with the pad or with the stylus. I don't remember.
Yeah, just the stylus. I haven't tried using the trackpad. But I use like a left-handed mouse and I'm right-handed.
Okay.
So that was like really, really hard. I think
Of
if I just use a
course.
right-handed mouse, it might be easier, but I don't know. Even if I do like graphic design, I'm still like way faster with a pen. So
Yeah.
I don't know. But the whole point of the left-handed mouse is to like take the strain off of my wrist. So I think using a right-handed mouse too might also do that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people told me after one of my workshop in Paris that they also tried to work with the mouse and they felt really better. And I think this is maybe why I never had any issue, just because I don't use my stylus a lot. So yeah, maybe it can help just to, kind of have a good balance between mouse and stylus so you don't
Mhm.
have any worst pain. But yeah, yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, you did a line work then to kind of grab all your shape. That's cool.
Yeah, I was having a hard time just like doing the shapes without lines. So
Makes
I
sense.
I think I did the lines like I think I tried them first because I think I saw in some of yours you had like a little sketch. Um but I think that's also another challenge. Like I'm not I'm not very good at sketching something quickly in order to
Mhm.
paint. I think I'm more used to like drawing. So if I'm sketching, it's just like this is gonna be like a full line drawing.
Mhm.
So the rest of them I didn't do that at all. But I think that might be like another thing to try to focus on in the future. Um, just to get
Yeah.
like the perspective down before I start painting. But yeah.
Of course, it's really important. But you know, I mean, you can do shape or you can do line, whatever you want. Like, okay, let me show you something really quick. I was crazy with line when I started. Okay, these were the kind of line I was doing. And this is the reason why I started to do it. I started to just stop doing it because it was too time consuming. So I started to just do everything in shape. But yeah, you can do line, like, again, really depending on what you like to do.
I feel like well, I guess I have a question for that one. Did you do the lines and then use the lasso tool to fill in all the
Yeah.
shapes?
Yeah.
Oh, so I guess for me, I'm used to using Clip Studio, and I think
Mhm.
it's gotten me kind of lazy. So if I had line art like that, I would just use the paint bucket because you can like
Yeah.
paint with the paint bucket.
Yeah.
So I
Okay.
think in my head, I'm just like I've already drawn the lines. I don't want to use the lasso tool again. So it's like a kind of a hurdle to get over, I guess.
Yeah. Makes sense. But since my line are not perfectly like I don't know how we say that in English, but you know, my line isn't closed. So if I use the bucket, it will paint like the entire
Oh,
so yeah.
yeah, that's Clip Studio has like ruined me for that because
Yeah.
it can find the gaps.
Oh, that's cool.
Mhm.
Need to try it, I think. Should we concentrate on the shapes or can we have a quick undersketch? Of course. Again, I think we'll talk a bit more about process the next week because I will ask you to test several process, but you're not here to specifically follow my process. Like I'm here to do a big synthesis of all these fundamentals, how I like to work and the thinking process behind everything. But again, if you want to do another sketch, go for it. You're not supposed to work the same way I work. I like to work directly in shape, but if you don't like it, just like sketch and do your line or whatever you prefer. That's fine. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, here again, this is pretty strong. This is like the really basic blocking. So of course, I don't know really exactly where I'm supposed to focus in terms of like detail, because of course this is just a blocking, but it's fine. Like there is nothing bad in it. So this one was great as well. Yeah, just maybe a little bit more value structure around here, but again, this is pretty strong.
I think the main thing that I try to focus on from this one all the way to the end was just mainly color, like
Mm-hmm.
not too much perspective. But I think just because of like what I'm good at is like perspective, so I keep trying to do really nice perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, oh, and I shouldn't worry about it. Just like put the shape in, just like who cares? But
Yeah.
but with this one, yeah, I think this one also with a lot of these too, and I think I saw some people in the chat or like maybe it was from the lecture last week, where if like when you start a painting, you're just like, oh, okay, I'm gonna do this like in an hour. And then I get to the middle part where there's all that stuff behind the bar, and I'm just like, how do I do all of these little bottles and other things? It's just too noisy. And I tried to
Yeah.
simplify it on that top shelf, and then I just like ran out of time. And I was like, I don't know how I'm supposed to do like clear glass in here. And just like everything else behind the bar, I was like, maybe I'll finish it later, but as in like an hour study, I don't really know how to do this.
Yeah. I think you don't have much time in 1 hour. Like, I think if I want to be really fast and kind of fake this class, I will just do like the contour basically. Let me color pick so it will be easier for me. But I think I would have just done, some stuff like this. And then you just like fake the light here and maybe just one thing like this. But that's
Oh,
pretty much it. And then if you want, you can do the I did it on the same layer, my bad. Yup. I'm bad with this all the time, working on the wrong layer. But yeah, you can have one in like low opacity and then on top you just do your stuff like this.
hmm.
Oh yeah, I was working with this one. But yeah. And then you just duplicate it to create a bit of noise in the background. But that's, I think you can like really simplify like this. You only have 1 hour, so you don't have much time to plane that kind of stuff. But yeah, I remember I did a quick tip about how to paint a glass and bottle in perspective and in shape quickly in the chat as well. But again, we'll see more in detail that kind of stuff during the week. This exercise was really more for you and for me, a good way to see your painting skill. How do you think about your painting and stuff like that? So yeah, we'll see way more during the other week. Cool. Yeah, this one can be improved in terms of color, but it's more, okay, let me put maybe my color thing here. Yeah. This is something I would say pretty common that I see in a lot of painting. It's like, your light green is just light green and your dark is just dark green. But in reality, it doesn't really work like this. It's like, in the shadow, it will take the ambient from your sky, basically. So this is the reason why I'm pretty sure if I color pick, it's a bit more like bluish, So these are like some subtle thing you can catch. And same here in the light, it's a bit more yellowish. So these are some stuff that can be improved. Maybe I can just like go there just to check something. But yeah, these are some really subtle variation you can do. Yeah, I think you got the point here. But this is something I was doing as well. Like, okay, if I have a green or red or anything and I want to put it in the shadow, I will just do a dark blue or a dark red. But the reality is you need to mix your color, like if you were really painting from life, basically. And you need to understand that, okay, with the ambient light and the color of my ambient light, I will have to mix this in my shadow. So, yeah.
Mhm. I think I try to do it. I think I kind of know the rule a little bit, but when I do it, it just doesn't, it's like not blue enough or something.
Yeah, makes sense.
Or
But
yeah.
yeah, it's really practice. Like I see that in like your previous painting, you had pretty much everything great. So I understand that, sometimes you have some painting where you get confused or you just don't have time or you just don't fit it. And again, this is practice. So not everything can be perfect. So that's fine. But that's cool. I like that you tried to add some texture already and some shape inside it. Here as well, it's working pretty great. That's cool. I think a lot of you like this brush, but this is a pretty common brush you can find in a lot of brush pack. I really like it as well. This one is really great.
Cool, thank you.
This is cool. Yeah. I think the only thing that bothers me in this one is okay, which color do I have? This. Okay, cool. Is the shadow you have here. It feels like the shadow is kind of coming from the top here, but it's not. It's like, it's supposed to be more like, I think it's more because of the perspective. It's more supposed to be like, like this. So I think it's because, okay, let me do it really quick with your color. And sorry.
That's fine. Yeah, I started doing the shadows at the end, and then I realized there's a lot of like different light sources. So it seemed like it was way more complicated than I thought at first, because I didn't even really notice it until I got to that step.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just so we can really understand what's going on and it doesn't merge everything. where it is. Where are my layers? Here. Okay, great. But yeah, just for us, a bit easier to understand if you have something like this instead of something that kind of flat everything. This is the reason why sometimes perspective needs to be a bit more respected, just so we really understand where the shadow is going and everything. But this one is really great. Your color are really great and they are better than on the reference. So this is really cool. Yeah, I like what you have here as well. This is cool. I would say just be careful. But it's more like when we're gonna do bigger painting, like be careful that we have something different for the grass and for the rock pattern, because right now we kind of have the same pattern but for two different material. So just so we don't get confused. But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, same here. Like, since we can recognize the pattern of this brush, again, you can use it if it's just to do like big stroke and everything, or to paint, that's fine. But if you use the brush really as a pattern and has a texture, again, you need to be careful when you want to use it and what you will kind of convey with this brush. So is it cloud? Is it bushes? Is it trees? Is it whatever you want? But again, try to set up some rule. I know in 1 hour, again, it's really hard, but once you will get used to the brush you like and how you can use them, it will be easier. Yeah, this one is cool. Yeah. Maybe a bit too much contrast here. Like, I think I would have left this kind of blank without this kind of pin light here. And I would have improved the contrast around here, since this is your focus point, and then we can put this in the shadow. But yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, a lot of these I actually want to try to like work on some more, just to have them be like better. I'm wondering how to do that too. I don't know if you were gonna kind of go into that today.
Yeah. Cool. I like the ground, to be honest. I think that the card needs a bit more work, of course, and your ground is way more work than the car, which is supposed to be your focus point. But I like what you did on the ground, so this is a great experiment. Yeah, cool.
This one was also another one where I spent too much time blocking, and then I didn't have enough time to like render it the right way, and I was just like, well, it's already an hour, so I'll just leave it like this.
Yeah, you're right. Makes sense. Okay, but that's cool. Really cool. Thank you.
Thanks for the feedback.
Of course. By the way, how to find a balance between painting what we see, not what we think we see, and accurate painting so the viewer understand what is going on. Practice squinting your eye. Again, you need to test to see if it works. So I know it's a bit tricky to say that, but it's really like the more you will test thing, the more you will be like, oh, okay, this thing is working, this thing is shit. Now I know how to do it. And this is how you find the balance. You can't find a balance in your head doing nothing or just planing stuff. It's like, okay, you can plane a little, you can try to think about what you're going to do, but then you need to try and test. This is the only way. You use the lasso fill plugin for blocking, or use the lasso and then fill it with the brush tool? Oh, I have like, when yep, my bad. You can click like Alt and how it's called in English, but it's a shortcut. Oh God, what is the word? Yes.
Delete.
Yes.
Oh.
I think it's this one, and you can fit it automatically. So yeah. Okay, so who's next? Sorry, I'm talking too much and I have a lot to show you today. Then I have Natalie, if you're here. I know you come at the end sometime. Just tell me if you're here. Yes, you're here. Yeah, cool.
Hi.
Okay. Let's try to not have too much thing so my computer does not crash. Okay, cool. So how was the homework?
It was good. Sorry, I got sick again this week, so
Take care of
I
yourself, as I told you. That's
I
fine.
kind of I kind of I kind of died a little bit, but I'm okay. Um,
Are you feeling
I
better
had a
now?
lot of fun. Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Monday it hit. I started feeling a lot better on like Thursday, and now I'm like okay.
Okay.
I was just like, oh, like
Okay,
I had
cool.
work and I was at work and I was feeling horrible and I was like, ooh. So
Okay.
I had a lot
Glad
of
you're
fun with
feeling better.
homework though.
Okay.
I did feel like I struggled a little bit, and this is something I tend to struggle with a lot, is like finding the spacing of things and making it look accurate to the photo. Sometimes I feel like my brain doesn't really adjust well sometimes. So that was something I'm sure you can notice it as something I struggle with a lot.
Maybe you could do like a sketch line under if it can help you. You can also put your perspective on your image, on your reference,
Mm-hmm.
and then you can drag and drop it before you paint, basically. It can help as
Mm-hmm.
well. But again,
Yeah.
you don't have to be 100% accurate. But I mean, when I start, I do like to, I mean, at least when I study, I like to follow these kind of fundamental rules. And then when I'm pretty okay with these rules and when I know how everything is working, then I just play and try to break everything. So yeah. But yeah, as you say, like just be
Yeah.
careful of your overall structure.
Mm-hmm.
Like your printing is basically going this way instead of going this way. Like I think you see it in
Yeah.
your
Yeah.
image.
Yeah.
Uh, but the thing is, I like that you started to have shape inside it. I'm not gonna do this one; it's gonna look weird. I'm sorry. But yeah, yeah, I really like what you have here. And the great thing is that you really try to focus on this one. So this is a good thing. So you put all your energy only in this one. So this is really great. That's cool. And I don't know if this one is random or not, but this one is working great. It will have been a great shape as well in the texturing or maybe something more like this to help us to go here. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
anyway. But yeah,
Thank you.
with that, you understood that you don't have enough time and then you focus on one building. So this is cool.
Yeah, that was kind of like what I was trying to do because then I kind of realized like I don't like I'm like I also was dying midway. So I was like, I'm just gonna focus on the most interesting part to me, which was that white building or white-ish buildings.
Makes sense. That's cool. This one is great. I really, really like what you have here. The texturing work really great. I like the shape you have inside it. Even the shape you created here for the, I mean, it's not supposed to be a shadow really like this, but that's fine. Again, we have something
Mhm.
working great. I like it. Same here. This is really subtle, but you have some grid shape inside it that make everything feels like really rounded. So that's great. That's cool. I also
Thank
like what
you.
you did here. Uh, yes, we need to feel a bit more the volume and stuff like this. But again, 1 hour study, so that's fine. But yeah, you did great.
Mhm. Thank you.
Yeah.
I really like this. I had a lot of fun with the food one. I was like, I think it made me hungry too, which probably didn't help, but
I'm the same. I love to draw food, but then it's horrible because you need to eat at the same time. This is a mess.
yeah,
But yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, this one was a challenge. There is a lot of thing going on here. That's cool.
Yeah.
I think I like what you have here first. I know it was maybe not the purpose, but I like the pattern you created here with the square. Like maybe you can create a brush out of this square and then do all of your brushes like this so you can create a great pattern.
Mhm.
So, but yeah, it's working great. Again, I like what you have here because you started to have shape in the background. I think the thing
Mhm.
that came used to have more work and reflection behind or this thing. And I think you could find, I would say, a simple way to do it. But Let's take, for example, these are not my brushes, so I can't share this brush. These are from Gabrielle, but you can do your own. It's like, you can create one pattern like this, and then with the brush setting and everything, you can set up what you need, and then, you do your thing. So this is not the appropriate foliage for this one. So you can create your own pattern. But this is what I like to do for work or for this kind of 1 hour study. You lose less time to create a brush and then fill everything than like kind of doing everything one by one and struggling with the structure of it. So yeah, think about custom brushes. Could be useful. Yeah, other than that, pretty cool. I don't know if you're still here, Natalie. Yeah, I think.
Oh, I
Yeah.
got
Okay.
muted. I don't know why I got muted. I'm
Yeah. So
sorry.
say it again, maybe.
Oh, okay. I said, yeah, I have to remind myself to make more custom brushes because, like, I'm like always like, I get zoned in. I'm like, oh, and then like after the fact, I kind of like that makes more sense now that oh, yeah, that would have been helpful at the
Yeah.
time.
But yeah, again, we'll go through a lot of process. You will have a ton of video process from me, so you will have
Mhm.
time to play with
Yeah,
all the brush setting and everything.
yeah. Also, do you have like any other tips on like how to like I don't know. I'm sure you can kind of see it. Like I don't know how to explain it. A lot of it has to do with like I don't know. I feel like oh man, I'm saying I feel like I take a shot every single time I say it. I feel like I I'm there's like something with the way that like on this one especially you see the spacing where it's like I don't know why I see things a little bit off. And I'm definitely gonna try and like add like the grid and stuff in the background. But I do feel like I'm still having that issue, like I just like mentally, I guess, where it's like I'm seeing something there, but then like I put it on the other side and it's getting smushed, and then I'm like, I don't know what to do. I don't
I
know.
think it's mainly like how to say that, but you have like kind of perspective problem and stuff like this, and these are things you again can solve with practice. I'm the same. um like I
Mhm.
was struggling a lot with that stuff. Maybe now we can tell, but I was a mess. And my husband was like, what the fuck is this perspective? Redo this shit, please. And this is the same thing in real life. Like I tend to see things like kind of reversed or everything, and I have not a good like space vision. Like if I need to
Mhm.
go through a door, you can make sure I will hit the wall. Like I'm the worst. uh
I'm the same.
yeah.
I'm the same.
Yeah. So I know some people are like this, and the only thing you can do is practice, open books, and
Mhm.
really understand what's going on and fail again, then understand where is the problem and then redo it again until you succeed, basically. I know this is hard. There is
Mhm.
no magic tip for that. The
Yeah.
book I showed previously helped me a lot for that. And practice, practice, practice. I think it took me like
Yes.
1 year to really get through this mess. So yeah,
Oh. But okay. I got it. Thank you so much, Lee.
thank you.
Thank you so much.
I did I got any question here? I don't think so. Yeah, okay, cool. So then I have Katya. If you're here, I think I saw you. Yes.
Time.
Hey. No, what I'm doing. Okay. Yes, cool. And here, yes, I love this reference. Anyway, so yeah, how was it for you?
It was really challenging to get something in an hour. But the more you practice, the better it got. I guess the pumpkins are the last one.
Yeah, this one is really great. Yeah, I really like the shape you got. It's really, yeah, it's just working great. Like I focus around here the way I'm supposed to. I mean, maybe this part here is a bit too contrasted, but anyway, just so I can focus here. I really like what you did with the pattern in the background. This is not too contrasty, but still a bit texture, so I understand what's going on. Here you have some shape to create a pattern for your leaves. It's working great. If you had more time, yeah, would have been great to have like some of these here. And we don't care about what's going on here because this is not your focus, but this is great. Yeah, I
don't
think
really
this one
know
is
how to
one of your.
how to
Oh, sorry.
how to simplify this gray stalks.
Wait, oh, this one?
Yeah.
To be honest, you did pretty great. Like, I like that you went for something pretty straight like this. But what I like to do, let me think if it's working or not with that. Yeah, not sure. What do I have in my brush set? Oh yes. But not sure it would work for this. Like, there's something I like to do when I have a bunch of stuff like this. It's like I'm creating a marquee tool like this, and I try to take a custom brush like this one, but in really big. Can I do something like, oh yes, like this? Okay. Gonna pick your color here. But again, custom brush can save you. But I think I will have go for something like this. Nope. And then you can try to create a stronger shape inside it. But yeah. Custom shape. To me, this is the key. And then you can do pretty much what you want with it. And one of my favorite things, modifying stuff like this just to give it a more cartoony feeling or anything. And I'm like, oh, okay, I like the one on the left, but I don't like this one. So let's keep only this one and make something out of this. Yeah. This is like, again, kind of a new problem to solve every time I have a painting to do. So my method can be different all the time.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
Yeah, and this first one is great as well. I like what you have here on the wall. It's working great.
Thank you. Yes, I wanted it to be the focus point.
Yeah, that's great. This one was one of my fav when I saw it. Like, I really, really like the shape you did. Yeah, really. Sorry, I'm just like staring at it, but I really, really like what you did. The focus point is clear. It's working great. Maybe the value structure is not like perfectly on point, but anyway, it's great. The shape language is great. So yeah, this one is a really great 1 hour study.
Thank you.
Yeah, this one is cool too. This is really simple, but it's working great. Really simple shape, basic and primitive shape. And you had like a bit more time to add some color variation to be like, hey, this is my focus point. So this is cool. Okay. I'll be honest with you, as long as I can understand what you did, and as long as I can see that you really worked in 1 hour trying to solve a problem and that you didn't went over this 1 hour trying to go into crazy texture, then for me, you did great, basically. Yeah, this one is cool as well. Yeah, again, this one is tricky. I think I wouldn't have tried to add any like soft light or anything because I know that if you don't have the time, it will kind of create a big contrast here and you don't want it right now. But yeah, I guess your focus was here on the graphically on the wall, right?
Yes.
Cool.
I'm
Yeah.
not sure if it is a right focus point so far, so close to the edge of the image.
I think I mean, I think you had like two options, but sorry, I'm doing a mess with Photoshop again. I think maybe something around here would have been better, but I know it can be tricky. And again, like this 1 hour study are more like for you to be like, okay, I make a choice, even if it's not the perfect one. I do a choice and then I stick to it and let's go. And of course, if you have to do a bigger painting, if you decide to have a focus point here, you will have your texture to help to lead here, maybe some people and a storytelling around this area. And then this area will be less detailed and less contrasted, because right now you have a big contrast here and it will drive me here. But yeah, this is an entire topic we're gonna have like for the other week. But again, you did great for the exercise, so I'm fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. Then I have Isabella, if you're here.
Yes, I'm here.
Cool. I think I know the color you like, Isabella, and this is great.
Yeah.
No, this is really great. So how was the exercise for you?
It started easy, and then I realized that I am painting things I like, and I already painted like the first two pieces, and I realized that I have to do something that I don't like or I struggle with, and I took this mechanical thing. Then I died because I spent an additional 1 hour trying to repaint the wires, and then I
Okay.
went more into the city and actually had like a clock to like, okay, after 1 hour you drop everything and you cry and you think then. So,
How did you paint the wire inside?
so it is my brain worked really well at this moment. I took ellipses and I was cutting out from like a circle, another circle, and then I was copying and pasting it.
Okay,
And then I
cool.
was locking the layer and painting on the layer like shadows and like rakes to like
Okay.
show where the light is.
That's cool. I mean, you did great. Just want to test something really quick. Don't know if it's gonna work or not. I just love to do 1 hour study and test things, so don't mind me. Okay, let's test something. Then if I do this, okay. I have two options. Okay, I know. I go for this. I'm going to select modify contracts. Let's say I contract it by 2. No, not enough. Let's say 5, just so it can be enough. Okay. No, I want the reverse of this one. Oh God. Yep. Okay. I got it. So I can maybe do this. And then is it working to do? Yes. Cool. Okay, just a way to put something in volume like wire if you need. I don't know if this is what you did, but yeah.
I used the gradient, the brush with the dots that you showed us last week, and I was
Okay.
just like, adding it manually.
Okay, cool. But yeah, like if you want it to be maybe faster and don't have to follow perfectly the line you created, in this way, you will have like the line already done on the time on every wire. But yeah, anyway, just wanted to test if it was working or not, but it is. Yeah, cool. Yeah, this one is really great. I don't have anything to say about it. As you say, this is your comfort zone. The color are great. So that's cool. This one was out of your comfort zone, but still really great, even if you took more than an hour in the end. This one is really, really cool. We understand clearly the focus points. You didn't went into too much detail for your foreground and the car, and so we go straight in the background where we have like this contrasted light source. So this is really
I
great.
actually really hate painting cars. So this part, crying was a very important part of this one.
Yeah.
Whenever there is a car, there's a situation happening.
Yeah, so I think you will love me this week. You will have to paint car basically. I mean, car or something like car. This one is great as well. Really like the color you choose. Really cool. Again, great focus point, great detail. Even the shape inside your sky is leading me to your focus. I mean, we see it already in the picture, but you answered this, so that's great. And I think maybe this is what you have already, but you should create a pattern with the tree you have, so you don't have to redo it all the time, and you can use it if you have to practice stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because you're doing some really cool brush strokes, so maybe create one in PNG or anything so you can reuse it.
I can tell you what I was really struggling in this piece is to add kind of a quick like texturing that is not like a perfect texturing, but to just give you the feeling that there is some kind of texture, like a bricks or something. And I know that some part can be solved with brushes, but like a texture shapes, but sometimes it was just terrible.
Yeah. Again, your value structure is great, your color are great, but yeah, there is kind of like too much information and I don't really know what's going on this floor. And what I like to do if I do something like this is really work in layer. Again, we'll see more about like texture design and everything in the upcoming week. But for example, let's say, let's take this one. Like I will create, since I know that this ground is like kind of destroyed and you have like several level of floor, I think I would have just done something like this. Then I would be like, okay, this is like the top of my floor. I put it in perspective. It will be horrible because the shape is not the perfect one, but I think you will get the point. And I'll be like, okay, let's create just a bit of volume where I need to have this volume and erase where I don't need it. And then if you go like this, and of course you had your texture, and then if you need, you go like, yep, where it is. Oh yes, I like this one. You know, you can create quickly your pattern for the left side and the right side, and then you put it in perspective as well. It can be really quick. Again, if you're used to your brush back, it's pretty straightforward. And if you don't click everywhere like I'm doing in Photoshop, it's fine as well. But yeah. But yeah, stuff like this with your great color management and value structure, of course, not flat like this, but you got the point.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, this one is cool. Like you did not go into detail in the background and we don't care about the background. You have a great focus. This is cool. Cool one.
I was stopping myself from the details. The bottles on the back wall look so cool. It's such a pain to not paint them.
Yep. I know. I do like to paint bottles as well. I like a lot glasses and stuff like this. But yeah. Yeah, you can maybe finish it if you have time. That's fine. This one is cool as well. What you have on the floor is working really great. The reflection is great. The texturing you started to do is working great as well. This is cool. Maybe we miss a bit more odd odd edge here on the side just to have something a bit more balanced. But yeah, other than that, this is pretty cool. Yeah, really great in 1 hour. Yeah, I like it. Cool.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I love the floor. Yes, you're right. So then I have Oran, if you're here.
Yep. Hi.
Yep, you're here. Hey, okay, let me open everything. Yeah, I remember I saw some really cool stuff. You will see that I click everywhere all the time for nothing. I think this is the reason why I improve kind of fast, because I'm doing a lot of mistake all the time, every day of my life. Okay, so how was the homework for you?
It was fun. I struggled with some of the studies. I think you can tell which ones, but like, yeah, it was fun. Yeah.
Cool. This one is great. Like the shape language in this one is really amazing. Love it. This is really
That's
simple, working
the first
great.
one that I did. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a good one. You lead to your focus. So yeah, really, really cool. Like what you have as well in the sky to lead to your focus point again. So that's cool. Same with the bird. You move the bird to help us to go to your focus as well. And you decided to kind of emphasize the background to go to your focus point. So that's cool. Yeah, really great.
Yeah. It's nice that that tree is clearly the focus point. Like there's no mistake in it.
Yeah, I mean, the reference was maybe more easy than other reference for sure, but you did well on the shape design. So that's great. Yeah, okay. This one is great too. Like what you started to do with the background as well to help us to stay here. That's cool. You started to add a bit of texture where you wanted us to focus. Of course, we need to do some work with the texture. But again, I know you did not have enough time. This one could have been solved with just pattern basically. And here your pattern is going in the wrong way basically.
Yeah.
Instead of going this way. So yeah, you can just like, take a square brush, then you can like modify it, add some spacing, create your pattern really quick, and then put it in perspective, maybe with some color dynamic, and then you're done. It's really quick to do. Yeah, cool. This one is great. Simple, efficient, great.
Yeah, I struggle with the curtains in that one because the light coming through, it was hard to suggest.
Yeah, it makes sense. But you did well. Like from 4, it's working great. This is really cool. How did you do the like the shape you have here? You just erase it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, with the stylus.
Okay. I think my mind is kind of working differently, since to me the shape is kind of like outside of the curtain. I think I would have go for something. Again, I'm just sharing some thought, but you don't have to follow this. Just me working weirdly sometime. I think I just would have go for something like this. You just put the spacing and then you don't have to erase or anything. And then you just have to fill your thing like this, And so you have something with like a grid shape and you don't have to. But yeah, up to you. This one is great. I like to paint that type of material. It's really rewarding. Like metallic surfaces are really great.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is
it looks
cool.
cool very fast with the airbrush. Just one pass already looks sort of nice.
Yeah. Yeah, great. I have nothing to say about this one. This one is great. Yeah. I know that
This
plants
one,
can be, yeah. So this one was difficult.
maybe not difficult. Maybe I wasn't in the mood. I forced myself to do another study, and it was a mess. I didn't have time for anything. It went by so fast. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. But yeah, you have some great shape anyway. So, and your body structure is great. I know you're focused. That's fine. If you have to do something like this, don't kill yourself by doing selection like this. Like your shape will end up being like not strong enough. And like something that I like to do, I think I already showed it. But it's like, you just need to like understand the perspective of your object, but you kind of do the top. Then
Oh yeah,
you're
I
like,
saw it
oh
on the chat.
yeah, you saw it, and you're like, okay, I have this, and then you can kind of do the in between. And if this is something kind of round like this, you can go for something like this. Let's make it just like this so I can see it. But yeah, there is a lot of way to do the same thing. But yeah, I think I would have go for something like this, and then you can tweak it. And you're like, oh, okay, I'm pretty happy with this. And then you do whatever you want with it. But yeah, this is the idea. Yeah, this one is cool too. You went in a lot of detail for this one, but I think you did in a smart way. You duplicated your dark shape to create the volume on the side, right?
I used radial symmetry to make the pattern, and then duplicated the thing. And then again for the reflected light.
Cool. Working great. Your shape are great. I like that you went for just like a simple round shape here. Yeah, it's amazing. Cool. And here I like what you have with the hard and smooth edges. Working great. That's cool.
And here,
Yeah.
I just did the car because I wanted to kind of paint a little bit more. I felt like I wasn't painting that much. I was just making lasso selections. And then I spent the whole hour just doing the car with a normal brush.
Yeah, understand. Yeah, it's okay. It's pretty great. Yeah, maybe the overall silhouette can be refined, but this is great. I like what you have on the floor as well. So that's cool. Yeah, maybe, but this is again, we're gonna talk about this a lot. But yeah, like the thing is like since we don't have a clear background, and since here you went for something really brushy, we don't understand that what you tried to portray here was this area. So from far, we feel that this is a reflection on the glass on the front. And in the end, I don't know if the same for you, but it feels kind of curvy like this instead of being kind of the other way. But yeah, optical illusion, just because we don't understand clearly what's going on behind. But anyway, yeah, you did great. That's cool.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How would I do arches with the same technique that carving from the all-round brush? Yes. Yeah. Like again, depending on what I need to paint and what kind of arches you have to paint, but yeah, maybe I would have go for something just like this and like this. Sorry, again on the wrong layer. This is the story of my life. But yeah, something like this, and then you do whatever you want with it. Maybe something crazy like this, or yeah. So then I have Rafael. Let me close everything.
Yes.
Hey.
Hello.
So, how was the week? You told
Yeah,
me a
it
bit
was
already.
cool. But yes, generally, I don't use a lot of layers and brush. But yes, it's really cool exercise to be
Cool.
better organized.
Yeah. Again, you don't have to stick to this layer organization. It's fine if you paint on one layer, but just think it's like I have background painter background. So I need to be organized because people are gonna use my painting. So this is the reason why I'm organized this way as well. But if you're working in visual development and doing keyframe, for example, no one will need your painting after you. I mean,
Yeah.
most part of the time. Or if we have to do like a forehand painting, maybe you will have to give your PSD. So again, yeah, test a lot of process. This is what we're gonna do the next week. But stay true to yourself. If you prefer just to paint on one layer, and if it doesn't impact the production after you, then go for it.
Okay.
Yeah, this one is pretty straightforward and you did great. I have great volume, great perspective, great value and color, so cool. Yeah, same for this one. This is great. This one is cool. I like it. Like you have some really great shape here. And these are not the exact shape we have in the reference, and this is great. And I understand the volume of the tree. I understand where they are in the distance. I understand where is your focus point. So really great. And the color are really great and better than on the reference. So this is cool.
Oh, but yes, for the nature stuff, yes, I have a lot of trouble to try to find a good shape. And
Yeah,
I think I
I
lost
remember.
a lot of time, yeah. But
I remember speaking about this one in the Discord
yeah,
channel. Again, I really try to think about how the objects are built in real life. This helped me so much in my painting journey. And this is what helped me to paint on Jibaro, basically. It's like, okay, how does a tree work in real life? Okay, let's do a trunk. And then on top of this trunk, let's build the overall shape and the leaves. And if you work that way, instead of seeing only big random shape from far, it will help you to really deconstruct everything. So yeah. And
yeah,
to
really
be
cool
honest, I
tips.
think, yeah, this is what you kind of did here. I don't know if you did it before or after our discussion, but anyway, you did it great.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, this one is great. The only thing is I have a bit too much contrast on my cloud. So I'm like, hey, am I supposed to look at here or here? I don't know. Because I kind of have the same uh, string into my shape I have here and kind of the same contrast. I think you can see it.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, again, try to make some decision. Like even here, this is still contrasted, but less. So yeah, you can go for something even less contrasted in your cloud, just so I can really go into your focus point and not look too much at your cloud.
Okay.
This one is really great. The pattern you have on the floor is really great. It leads me to my focus. So yeah, this is cool. Great shape.
Yeah, try to use clip-in mask and texture
Yeah.
stuff.
This is what I like to do. Like what you have here is working great as well. Yeah, really cool. This one is really great. And I like that you went for something really straight like this. And we don't feel that much the line here, but it's working really great. That's cool. Yeah, so we already talked about this one. Even if you already have like some cool shape here, I just don't know where to focus. Again, I'm like, oh, I have a lot of detail here and some texture, and here I have a lot of detail and contrast, and here as well. And my cloud are like this. So it does not help me to give depth to my painting as well. So I know this is in the reference, but again, you can go ahead and be like, okay, let's do some other cloud because this one may be a bit weird for my composition, you know.
Yeah.
But this is great again. This one is really amazing. You're really great with color and value overall, so that's cool. You can spot like the little variation in your reference. So this is great. Yeah, really cool. This one is cool as well. You work with texture brush, but I can understand some of your shape pattern. So this is great. And what is working great as well in this one is that you have a really clear pattern for your building in the background. So you went just for kind of rectangular shape in the background and something really round and texture for the trees. So it makes a great contrast between these two. So great. This one was really difficult for 1 hour study, but you did great.
Yeah, I'm like what I'm supposed to do for this one, but yeah, I want to try the Jibaro stuff.
Yeah.
But yes, it was difficult.
Yeah, you need at least 3 days for Jibaro stuff, not 1 hour.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you did pretty great. But I see that you were just experimenting with the brushes, so that's fine. But I can understand the overall shape and my focus point. So again, you nailed it for this 1 hour. Cool. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for the feedbacks.
Then I have Irish Rye, if you're here, but I think I saw you.
Yes, I'm here.
Hey.
Hello.
Okay. So yeah, I remember you told me about this week, but yeah, you can tell me how you were thinking about this painting.
Mm-hmm. At first I tried to do the mouse and I was like, I'm not a mouse painter. I'm like, I'm gonna give this up. So, although I still want to try it, but yeah, it was fun. I kind of wish that I didn't stick too much to the ref and making it as like as close to the reference, like pushing more of the colors and like shapes. But yeah, learning as I go.
Yeah, but you did great. This one was one of my fav. Really like the shape you created. Really like how you simplified the fish. And you decided to make the water cycle more obvious, and it really creates something interesting because yeah, you have like this and then you have your fish here instead of having just something like the same like in middle shape, I would say. So you kind of created big versus small instead of two medium. So it's working great. I don't know if it was something you did on purpose, but again, great.
I'm gonna pretend it was on purpose. I'm like, oh yeah, I didn't notice that. I'm gonna out myself and say no, it wasn't on purpose, but thanks, thanks.
You did great. I mean, this is about taste as well. Like this is how we learn. Like the most part of the time, and I was the same again. I was doing things because I was like, looks great, looks bad, and then you figure out stuff. And in the end, you just learn that it was working for a reason, and you're like, oh, okay. So I was lucky. I had the good taste, but now I know what I'm doing. So I'm the same. I'm still discovering that I'm doing stuff just because I'm okay with my taste sometimes. But yeah, you did great.
Thanks.
This one is really great as well. Good
Yeah, I had
value
fun studying
structure.
this one.
Yeah. Really
I
cool.
realized I like food, studying food apparently. I don't
You
like
will be able to
plants.
paint food.
Okay.
No worries.
Yay.
It will be mainly car or food, stuff like this. Nothing too much, but yeah, for food lovers and car lovers, you will have everything you need. This one is great. Yeah. I like that you went for something really simple for the lighting. We don't need much. Cool. Really cool. Oh yeah, this one is great. Really like what you did on the floor. The pattern and the texture is really nailed. Like you can do this on the finished piece. That's fine. Really cool.
Thank you.
Really like what you have here as well. I think you used a rectangle brush in Color Dynamic. I think. Yeah, cool. Smart way to do it.
It's kind of like figuring out. I kind of realized I didn't use a lot of custom shapes and brush, So I was like watching your reviews and I'm like, oh, I should do that more.
I mean, again, really depending on what you like, at least test and see. But yeah, I do like to I have my preferences. Like I have my own custom and then I can work with it. I know some people just like to paint without any custom brush, and this is fine too. So yeah. Cool. The food lovers. Yeah, this is really great. You have some great shape. The shape you have here are really, really great.
On
Yeah, I
purpose?
don't have
No.
much to say.
Right. Thank you.
No, you did great. But again, it's like, see, you have this big shape here and then a small one instead of just a big one. So yeah, you did great. And same with your spacing. You have a good spacing between this thing. Like you have not some, you don't have like something kind of equal. So this is great. It's like, you know, the rules with the 8-2 or 7-3. It's composition stuff, but yeah, this is the same when designing shapes, basically. Yeah, very cool.
With
This one is great
buildings,
as well.
yeah, I don't think I've ever painted like cityscapes. So yeah, it was interesting to figure out how to project the windows and stuff. Like
This is
sometimes it's
great.
off. Yeah.
No, it's really great. Again, you have like only a rectangle shape inside it. Same for the city thing, like the street lamp. And then when you have something organic, like the trees, you went for something rounded. So it worked great. And this is the reason why you have a great contrast. So really cool.
Cute.
Yeah, good one. Yeah, I like the shape in the cloud here to lead to the focus as well, instead of something kind of flat like this. And same here. This is great. You still have it here, but this is very subtle. So yeah, really cool. Same here. Great shape. So we can really stay here in your focus. I think you have a really good taste as well. So this is great.
Cute. This one kind of took a little longer because I was trying to figure out how like you guys project it into like 2 point, and I was using a lasso tool, and I tried a brush to see if it's cleaner, but yeah, it was a learning. I learned a lot.
Yeah, but you did great. I mean, I know this is not a 1 hour study, but anyway, this is a good one. Great blocking, great shape, great simplification for the snow. And I can see that you understand what you're doing. So, I mean, we feel that the construction is great, the color are great. So, yeah, cool work, really.
Yeah, this one I gave up with the class.
But again, this is a good one. Like, I have my shape for my focus points. This is really great. Yeah, same here. Everything leads me where I need to go. This is what I want. This is cool. Yeah, you did great. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
I maybe saw some questions. Speaking of cities, I worked keeping the ref photo bit on my painting, copying perspective and some shapes straight from that. I feel so guilty about that. Do you think I should avoid that? Have done that mainly for saving time. But that way I feel like I've missed the chance to give much more personal interpretation to the reference. Yup. The thing is, this is not always like full black or full white or anything. It's like for work, for example, if they ask you to follow a reference or layout or anything, yeah, of course you can trace like the main shape or anything just because you need to be just fast and to do your work fast, and that's fine. But when you're learning for yourself, you learn about perspective and proportion and everything. Yeah, try to not do this because you will miss a lot of points. So yeah, again, it's situational. Like for work, if you have a layout again, yeah, save some time. If you have to like strictly go over the layout and do all the line, yeah. But for yourself, I will not suggest you to trace or to color pick or anything because it's learning, you know, and you don't have to show beautiful painting to people you don't know. We don't care about that. Just learn for yourself and go for it and like fail like I did. Do a bunch of weird building in bad perspective and then redo it again and again so you can have some great one at the end. But yeah, so no, don't feel guilty about that. It's fine. Then I have Leon, if you're here.
Yes, hi.
Hey, okay, let me open what you did. Oh, and it's the same for color picking. It's like for work, if you create your color palette on the side with your reference and you want to color pick from your reference here and there and then put some local color, that's fine. But again, it's better to, I would say, color pick and trace and all that stuff if you already have strong fundamentals, I would say. So for practice, don't use all of these things. For work, if you need to be fast, why not? But you will have to balance everything in the end. So you need these fundamentals to be able to have a good balance and then provide good painting. So yeah, Leon, sorry. So how was this week?
It was challenging, especially the limited time. I'm quite slow, so yeah, it was pretty hard. And dealing with layers too. I have to learn how to manage it.
Yeah, you're the same as Raffle. I can see it in
Yeah.
your final rounder, but this is fine. This is really fine. Again, as I said to Raffle, if you prefer to work on one layer, I'm fine. Just again, it's situational. Think about every time you're gonna work in production. Do they need your layer after you or not, depending on what job
Yeah.
you're doing. So
That's why I really want to learn managing
yeah.
layers. Yeah.
So just so you're able to do both, basically. But yeah, I think you did great. Yeah. I remember you painting. Again, you have great shape. I have my focus point because I have my biggest contrast here and everything is leading me to my focus. So you went for blurry background, which is great. So you avoid to have this big contrast here. It kind of broke it. So that's cool. And your color are really great. This
Thanks.
one is really amazing. When I saw it, I was like, oh, this is so cool. All the little
Thank
shape
you.
you had inside it, they are so cool. Really.
Thank you.
Yeah, really great one. And you went for something more contrasted here, and it's working great. So we can really, really go where we need to go. Even the shape you created inside it. Again, this is not my way of working, and I don't care. This is really great. Your shape management is great, so I'm fine.
Thanks.
That's cool. Yeah, even the cloud, they are pretty great. Yeah, this is cool. Yeah, I like the idea that you went for something less contrasty in the cloud, so we can really focus here. Like the contrast is less obvious on the cloud, but yeah, compared to the ref. Yeah, working great, really great. Yeah, cool. Yeah, same here. I have something to lead me to my focus. This is great. And I see that you started to add a little bit of texture really quick to be like,
Yes.
hey, my focus is here. So fine. That's cool. The only thing is, maybe I'm too picky. This space I have here, it kind of create a contrast and a detail here, just because you have a little bit of space between this very contrasty line and your big line here. So I would have go for either something like really far from it, just so I don't go see it,
Okay.
you know, or something really over it. But yeah. Yeah, I remember you did the same because I guess this is the same memory for both of you,
Yeah.
probably. Yeah. But yeah,
It was
this
my
is great.
first study, so this study I didn't um, achieving managing my time, the time I have.
Yeah, but anyway, like again, here I don't care if I don't have any texture because I don't want to stay here. Your focus is here. You have grid shape management and everything is leading me here. So I'm great. This one is very great. Again, you have, I think this is the same as Raphael. You have grid color and value structure management. So this is working great. Your color are better than the reference. So that's cool.
Thanks.
Yeah, really great. And again, you have grid shape inside your texturing. It's like, I can see a shape here. Oops, sorry. Yeah, let's take your yellow, really better. But yeah, this is cool. And everything kind of leads me where I need to go. So this is cool. Really great job. Yeah, cool as well. I like that you use the color dynamic just to fake some noise in the background. This is cool. Yeah. Oh yeah, I have just one thing to say about this one. Sorry, I'm too picky.
Yeah, no,
These three
it's fine.
here. These three here, you have a bit too much kind of texture and contrast, and this is not your focus.
Okay. Yeah.
So I think this one can be kind of pretty blank, and then you can like go for a lot of detail here. Like
Oh,
it would have been
yes.
great to maybe have this contrast and texture for these three, for example. So we can really directly go to your focus. But yeah, other than
Okay.
that, this is really great. And again, I don't know if you did it on purpose or not, but you have like this kind of squarish pattern all around, and it's working really great. Yeah, really great work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
How do you toggle to black and white? So quick. Yeah, they already answered you. And you have it on my week 1, I think. You have like a slide about how all the tool I like to use and stuff like this. Misa, you're here.
Hello.
Hey. Okay, let me open your ref. But you did great. This is not a
Oh.
surprise.
Oh, thank you. I think I improved compared to when I took your class last year. I was like looking back on
Yes.
it.
Your color improved a lot, to be honest. And the way you manage the texture inside it, it feels less messy. And I feel like you do the thing more in purpose than before. So this is really great.
Thank you.
Oops, sorry. Yeah, this one is amazing. Yeah, really great. I really like what you did on the floor and the texturing. This is really cool.
Thank you. It was tricky
Yeah.
trying to figure out how to simplify like the fence thing. I just try to simplify it, but like there's like some kind of bushes or like a fence in the middle of the picture, that one, and I
Yeah.
just did little lines.
But you did great. Again, even the fog here, you went for a really great shape for the fog.
Thank you.
Yeah, really cool. Yeah, the fence is great. The tree is great as well. You know what? I don't like the rake brush because I don't use, I mean, I saw this brush too much, I think. And the thing is, you did something really cool with this rake brush here. So I'm like, okay, this is cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, really great.
Definitely. I'm careful not to overdo the rake brush because I know I see it everywhere too, but it's just such a fun brush. It's so hard.
Yeah, I understand. But same, I was like, oh, I like it. But then when you work on production and they're all like, we want a rec brush inside it, and you're like, oh God, please no, not this brush again. So
yeah.
But yeah, I understand. This one is amazing. Really cool.
Thank you. This
Yeah,
one I should have, oh sorry, I should have focused on
No.
the the focal point more, but then I ended up working the background first, and I was like, oh, I have no time for the foreground.
Yeah, but yeah, the thing is, yes, you have a bit too much contrast and detail in the background. Would have been great to spend a bit more time here and less here. But anyway, this is great. Your shape are great. And
Thank you.
You were able to simplify some really big and strong detail into something really easy to understand. So that's cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, this one is really great as well. Yeah, really like what you did here. I have some very cool shape.
Thank you. Yeah, this was a really fun one. I loved all the colors, like after editing my photo.
Yeah, you did great. Yeah, really cool. It's even more readable in your painting than in the reference. So this is cool. Thanks to the color you pick here. Yeah, great job on this one as well.
Thank you.
This one is really amazing. Like the background, thank you. This background is amazing. First, the color management, better than on the reference. So that's cool. The shape you created, they are really, really great. Like you created a pattern probably out of like one brush and then you were erasing and stuff like this.
Yeah.
Working great. Really cool.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a challenge, but I just try to think about how to like make cool shapes instead of like thinking about all the little foliage things.
Exactly. This is the idea. Really cool. Yeah,
Thank
I don't
you.
have anything to say. This one is nailed.
Thank you. And the sync one, I struggle with that, but like I said, I couldn't figure it out at first, but after you kind of told me what to do, I tried the thing you taught me. I still didn't get the exact shape, but like I guess it's like a simplification of it. So
this is fine. It's working great. Again, you have a good lighting, so it's working. Your shape simplification inside it are working great. So yeah, this is really cool. Yeah, even this is working great. Yeah. And I know this is subtle, but what you did here is working great as well. Like we feel that this is another material. So yeah, really, really cool work.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I had a fun time.
Cool. But yeah, can't wait to see what you're gonna do next week, since this is something we did not do when I was at New Edge. So
I'm excited.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh yes, of course I can. Yes, you're right. So I can go over what I told her about how to get the shape. I just went for something really simple. Like I was like, hey, use your brush in big and do this and then do this. And hey, you have a sink. That's it. Hope it makes sense. I think it was like really simple, but yeah.
Sometimes it really is that simple, I guess.
Yeah, but it's just like, when you're used to your tool and you have your way to do it, then that's fine. I just like to use my brush in big. And again, since I'm more maybe a mouse painter, I'm used to find some trick here and there. So I don't have to use my stylus too much. I don't know. It's maybe because I'm a bit lazy. I don't know.
No, I think it's smart because it's like I feel like I would just like keep trying to get that line perfect over and over again.
But the thing is, when you're a crazy perfectionist like I am, if you need to redo this thing by hand until you get something perfect, you will spend like 2 hours just to do the shape of the thing. So I'm like, okay, I'm sure Photoshop can do something for me.
Work smarter, not harder.
Yeah,
it helped a lot to do like the brush shapes. Like I feel like after you told me that, I try to just do like any like ellipses and ovals just by my brush and changing like how flat the circle was, and it helped me speed up a lot more.
Of course. Then I have Roman, if you're here.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, cool. Okay. Yeah, you did great. So how was the homework for you?
Yeah, it was good. like someone said, it was fun. I struggle a lot because the first picture was actually my third attempt.
Okay.
On the first two, I choose two complicated pictures and I just didn't finish. So I tried to find something more simple for this homework. So yeah.
You did great. No, let's be honest, you did great, really. Yeah, you have, again, you have like some really good shape in the background. You went for something really simple. So yeah, I like it. Maybe I would have tried for this one to kind of go for something really simple in my background. Because right now you have kind of have the same level of detail in foreground and background and everything is kind of merged. But other than that, you did great. You already had time to put some texture as well. So it's working great. No, this one is cool. Even the shape here is working great. Same for what you did here on the street. Oh, this is cool. Oh, this one was one of my fav. You did really great with the shape. Like this S shape you have in the background is amazing. Oh, let me go for something like this and my color here. But yeah, this one, I think you can all see it, but yeah, it's so good and leads you to your focus point. I like all the little square you did inside this. You make it them bigger than on the ref, but so you can catch them from far. So yeah, that's
But
really cool.
I'm struggling with this disco ball because I didn't realize how to do it better and much more like simple. So
This is great. Like again, this is your focus point. So it's fine if you have a bit of detail in it. So this is great. You could have go for like, you know, just I would say the simple shape you have here. I have white. Okay. Maybe from far you can kind of deconstruct it like, okay, the shape you have here, then the shape you have here, the one you have here, the one here, and this one, for example. This is how I see the world around me, basically. I may be weird, but yeah, I'm seeing things like this. My bad. Always on the wrong layer. Anyway. But you did great. Really, really great for this one. This one is cool as well. Yeah. I like the pattern you created inside with the color dynamic and the triangle brush. This is cool.
Thank you.
I painted this one as well. That's cool.
What?
This is great. I already painted this one.
Oh, really?
Like a long time ago. Yeah, it's on my portfolio. I think it was like the second one I painted when I redid my entire portfolio. But yeah, this one is cool.
Yeah, the last two pictures I just found on Pinterest because I didn't find anything.
I know these two. I painted these two, so I know these references. And I never finished this one. I never posted it, basically.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but you did great.
Yeah, but I don't think I was doing this right in 1 hour because I was talking with my friends and drawing at the same time, and I think I overspent, I don't know, 1.5 or.
Yeah, makes sense. But anyway, your shape are good, your color as well. And again, the color are better here than on the ref, so this is cool.
Thank you.
Yeah. The only thing with this one is that since you added something on the screen, I'm like, okay, am I supposed to look at here or here? Because I have a lot of contrast and color variation in these two areas.
Yeah,
so the thing is, yeah.
Point, but yeah, now I realize that now it's 2 spots actually.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, you did really great. You did a good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did I miss any questions here or? think I'm fine. Okay. Let me prepare everything else here. Okay. We'll have a little discussion together because I like to talk with you about this topic.
Leah?
Yeah.
I don't think you've gotten to mine yet.
Oh no, because okay, let me go there. Did you send me? Let me go into Discord and download everything.
Oh, and
If this
mine
wants to happen.
Mine as well.
Oh yeah, same for you. Did you send everything? Okay, you're right. And Discord doesn't want to open. Great. And I don't want to happen. I don't know why. Maybe I can close this here. Okay, you know what? I will go through Discord there. It's fine.
Good timing on Discord's part.
Yeah. Okay, so I need to log in with my phone, I guess. Something like this. Oh God, yes, I will just scan the QR code. Just give me 2 minutes, I can do this. Discord, you're here. Scan the QR code. Yeah. Okay. So.
I think my submission was like last or second last.
Yeah, I see it. Okay. I will download it right now. Yeah. Yep. Here. Oh.
It's okay if you want to do Lucy's first, though. I know she asked first.
Yeah. I will download everything.
I don't think you got to mine either.
Yeah, it's because I received your submission after the other, and this is the reason why I did not save everything. Okay, why? This code is a mess. Okay, let me test with this one. Okay, so this one or yours. Okay. Okay. I'm almost done. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. Take your time. Technical issues are the worst.
And okay, I think I have this. I don't think I have this. So I need this. Okay. And you're just resubmitting this one. Okay.
Yeah, I resubmitted mine with like the 2 separate images instead of them in one image.
Okay. I think I do have everything. Okay, cool. I just need to close this, and all this. Okay. Okay, cool. So the one from Lucy or which one? Okay. This one. Yeah. Yeah, I did not have the time to rename everything. Cool. So yeah, Nixie, go ahead and tell me about your homework.
So the first one, I struggled a lot, and that's the one that I asked you about. Like I didn't know how to get started, and for some reason I couldn't really get the hang of it. And then I work for the other ones. I worked on the first one with a stylus like on my iPad, and then the rest I worked on with a mouse, and I realized how much simpler it made it. Like yeah, for me it was easier with a mouse as well because I also have like a perfectionist tendency to want to make every shape the way it is in the image and stuff. So I found that the mouse is really helpful. And like I struggled a lot with completing the image because I get too hung over about like the little textures and details because I think they're interesting. But yeah, I'm trying to get the hang of managing my time in like 1 hour so then I can get everything done.
Yeah. But you did great. I already did a paint over for this one, so I will not go over this one again because I think you got everything for this one. And the paint over is on the website page. So if anyone wants to see it, you have it. And I try to do a voiceover. But yeah, this one is cool. Like you have all the main shape we need. You also started to go for some shape inside here. So I'm great. Yeah. But I know it's really frustrating when you want to go into texture and you don't have enough time. But you did great. You have some good edges here. You have some great texture starting here. So I can be like, okay, this is my focus point. So this is good.
This
So
one I
okay.
wanted to caught up with the lighting on the bottom because I was looking at the floor and I thought the floor had like a really interesting texture. And I got way too caught up in that. Yeah.
Yeah. Why not? That's great. Yeah, maybe the floor needs, I mean, if it was your focus point and you really wanted to go into it, and if you wanted to really design your texture, just create kind of more shape inside it because right now we just feel the pattern of the brush, but that's pretty much it. So yeah, try to really, this is what I said last week, I think, to really design your shape, even if you're using texture. So it can lead us to your light and everything like this. But again, we're going to go over and over this and you're going to have like a bunch of video process. So yeah, I like the shape you have here. This is great. Yeah, same here. This is cool. Oh, this one is great. Yeah. Really like what you did here. I don't care if you did not finish the background. This is cool. You have like only rectangle shape in the background and something way more organic and textured for the foliage. This is great. Yeah, all the
we're
shape you
wanting
created.
to focus on the foliage with this one because I remember because I've never really painted it that much, and I remember how you were talking about like it's quite hard, so I wanted to experiment with it more.
Yeah, but you did great. Again, I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but here you have a line that lead to your foliage as well. So yeah, this is pretty cool. And this one help us to stay inside. So yeah, no, this one is a really great one. Even the shape you created here, maybe a bit too contrasted, but anyway, these are great. Really cool one. Yeah, cool. This one was difficult because you have like this texture here that you want to paint, but you don't have time. Yeah. But yeah, you did great. I like the shape you have. This is cool. Even what you did here, I know the brush you use, but it's working really great. This is cool. Maybe the dot here is a bit too much because it creates a lot of noise and contrast. But yeah, maybe it's more my personal taste here. It's because this brush is a bit tricky to use. You need to use it in really big, so you don't have like all the dots next to each other like this.
Yeah.
Oh, and this is something you need to be careful about in production when doing a background painting that will be used as background in the movie. Dot like this or a straight line can create some weird optical illusion from far, and these are stuff you kind of need to avoid, like if they are too close from each other.
Mhm.
But yeah, anyway. But yeah, you did great, and you did great with the mouse. So yeah, cool job. Thank you.
Thank you.
No. Okay, Kaz, you study are here.
I'm here, Leah. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. And you?
I'm good. I'm good.
So, how was it for you?
It was a journey. It was definitely a journey. I don't think I've ever tried to paint something in an hour, and I very quickly realized that an hour is not a lot of time.
Yeah.
But as I proceeded with it, I was able to like complete them more and put in more information. You can kind of clearly see the first one is a lot less finished than the later ones. My main thing that I noticed though is that thank you. My main thing that I noticed was I very quickly find myself like getting in the zone and I'm just like absolutely incapable of like working in layers because I just like am not even looking at the sidebar. I'm just like painting. I didn't really use the mouse. I didn't even try to attempt it because I was a little bit too intimidated, but I definitely did a lot of lasso tooling. I tried to kind of switch things up here and there. But my main thing that I noticed and the main, I guess, like critique I would have for myself is that like because I get so in the zone, I almost treat it like it's a puzzle and I'm slowly trying to piece everything together, but I'm not really focusing enough on like making very like I guess design heavy choices.
Mhm.
Like in some places I'm allowing myself to be a little bit more abstract, like areas like the sky and the trees, but and with my color choices. But I think like I'm not trying to like build around a focal point enough. And
Mhm.
that's something that I think I want to just like generally work on, amongst other like,
Yeah.
just general fundamental stuff. But yeah, what do you
Yeah.
think?
And also overall shape design. I mean, for example, this one is great about your value structure and the overall shape are great. But the thing is, in your sky, for example, you have, okay, let me go maybe for, yeah, like this. You have a lot of medium shape
Mhm.
everywhere with the same spacing.
Right.
So in the end, it doesn't create the harmony we are after. So it would have been great to maybe have, yep. As you can see, I'm not used to my stylus. So when I need to, with my stylus, to grab the color on the other screen, it's a mess. Yeah, but yeah, maybe like one more big shape here, then maybe a small one here, and then a medium here, just to, again, create something a bit more harmonious and to lead more to your focus point, for example. But
Right.
what you did with the other area is pretty great. Like your shape language here is working great. I can go to your focus point, but for example, here, yep, you went for something like straight and rectangular, like your building, but
Right.
it's supposed to be foliage. So if I don't look at the reference, for me, these are building, but building that are like a bit trick like this.
Yeah, I see it. I see
So
what you're
this is the reason why, yeah, it does not make sense as much as we want, because I'm like, okay, so here the building are straight and here they are skew in perspective. So are they supposed to be the same thing? So yeah,
Right,
as
right.
you say, just try to create some rule and really like make you focus on one thing. This one is great.
Thank you. Yeah, this one was very ambitious. I was a little bit scared to go into it, but I was pretty happy with the way this one turned out. Like some of my shapes kind of got a little bit like I think I struggle with like making full on like bold choices to like edit the shapes versus like trying to stay really, really true to them. So with this one, like some spots I think turned out better than others, but yeah, still a fun one.
Yeah, this one is great. Again, don't know if it was in purpose or not, but you kind of created like a circle here and it gives some dynamism to your painting. So why not? This is great. I have this line here to go to your focus as well. So no, this one is great. And I like the color you use. So great one.
Thanks.
Yeah, this one is more about how you designed your texture. But again, next week will be, I mean, I think this week as well can be a bit more about texture. But for example, you used a flat pattern on something that is supposed to be in perspective.
Right.
So it will flatten your image.
Mhm.
And this is something I talk a lot as well, is like you used the same brush with the same
Right.
size here and here. So in the end, it will flat your image as well. Use this
Right.
brush in big here and in small in the background. So you will
Oh.
create depth in your painting.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think with this one, I was just like really trying to just like push the color. Actually, in this one, I remembered that you gave us the brush pack for the other ones. I was just using like my default brushes. So in this one, I kind of went a little bit hard with the brushes. But yeah, I definitely think I want to be like, I guess the brush choices also kind of fall into the design choices that you're making, and
Yeah,
I want to be more
exactly.
mindful of that.
Exactly. Yeah, this is the thing. What I like to say is that brushes are not gonna save your ass. So this is kind of a trap. It's like, yeah, brushes are good if you know how to use them. So you need to do a lot of tests, but they're never gonna do the work for you or texture anything good for you. And this is not what you did here. I can see that you did a lot of tests. But I'm used to see a lot of students kind of trying to use brushes just to kind of fake stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, you even if you use custom brush, and that can help you a lot, as I said before, really try to be conscious about what you're doing with this brush and how you design everything, so it can really make sense with what you try to do and your own process, basically. But yeah.
Yeah. I think that's really the big thing. It's just like understanding how the tool works so you can use it best for the job that you need to use it for.
Yeah, and for yourself as well. Like for example, between you and me with the same tool, we're not going to do the same thing.
Yeah.
So try to find your way to use it.
Yeah, it's kind of like what you said in the previous class, right? Like seek out failure so that you can understand it a little bit better. Yeah, I really resonate with that. This one was an interesting one because I just really like this one. I turned off my brain the most, and I just took like a hard round brush and I just went in there and I just kind of like painted everything. I was trying to be like very impressionistic with it. But I think the main thing with this one is that I had way too much fun with it to the point where I think the value structure kind of fell off. Like I showed this to my partner, and she also mentioned that like she's also a great painter. So like she also mentioned that like the values were kind of like a little bit compromised because of the colors, because like the focal point was supposed to be like the sunset, but it ended up kind of being a little bit more on the houses. So like just more control, I think, is something I want to work in more.
Yeah, you said everything. Like your color here, they are great. I like what you did with the color and the color shift you had inside it. But yeah, in the end, you kind of have like two focus points. You have your sunset and then the city. So you kind of flat the image.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
You said everything already. But again, you have some great color management. I like the taste you have behind. But now we just kind of need to find this balance to make everything readable, basically.
Yeah, and just like more control. I think that's the big thing.
Yeah.
It's like I want to bring
exactly.
So it's like it's in here. I just got to bring it like in here a little bit more.
Exactly.
Yeah. If there's like one general thing that you feel like I should put my focus into for the next little while, what would you say that is?
Where you want your focus to be, and so you can create your contrast, and don't go too far into texture when you don't need it, basically, because you went really too far into texture. And since how to say that properly? Okay, so since some of your value were not well contrasted, like for this one, for example, and then you went directly into texture, it's like, okay, your foundation isn't already perfectly built, and then you started to put texture on top of it,
right?
And your texture are not perfectly designed on top,
Right.
So in the end, it's a bit unstable. See? So take more time at the beginning to really construct everything, your value structure, and then go into texture and then design your texture, and so you can have something stable at the end.
Okay, gotcha. That's a really good tip. Thank you so much, Leah. Appreciate it.
And then I have Branchette. If you're still here, let me open what you did.
Hi.
Hey. Okay, so these are the ref. And these are the painting. So how was the week for you?
Oh, it was tough. I never really
did paintings like that, so I really struggled in the beginning. I didn't really know like how to manage the perspective and shade my own colors and also do textures at the same time. So the first 3 days was quite hectic, but I looked at a lot of references for the underground painting and try to stay consistent with like the way they work with perspectives out, and it really helped a lot and managed to like finish more in within the hour I was given.
Okay, but you did pretty great.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe it would have been great to use some tools so you don't have to do everything one by one, you know. Maybe you can use, for example, like your brush with some spacing. Let's use it in big,
Yeah,
like
that
with
was
some spacing, and then you go into like the scattering. Not this one. Yeah, well, okay, this one, and then maybe the size, so you can have things from different size, you know, and you can create your thing
Oh, I see.
just to save some time, and then you have like the color dynamic if you want to play with it as well. But yeah, and so you have some subtle variation. Yeah, we're maybe missing some of the contrast as well. But other than that, this is pretty great for the first one. Like your value are pretty flat, like the sky needs to be a bit more bright and your dark a bit more darker. But yeah, other than that, this is pretty great. Again, I know that 1 hour study are far from being easy. So yeah, same here. This is what I said to Kaz previously. Let me go back to this. It's like instead of having a texture design to really go to your focus, and for example, here we feel the perspective inside the wave. In the end, in your painting, we end up with something kind of flat, with some of your texture design that are kind of repetitive and medium, and we don't feel the depth inside it. So I know this is tricky. Texture design is tricky, but this is the reason why I really want you to understand and deconstruct the reference first. Because if first you're like, oh, okay, this line are going against the frame, this is something really important. So I need to design my texture in that way, so my painting doesn't feel flat in the end. And you started to do something great with the cloud. I don't know if it was in purpose, but some of your shape are already better. Oh, what my Photoshop is doing. Are you okay, Photoshop? Oh, this is my eraser. This is me. I'm not okay. But yeah, I told you I'm a mess on Photoshop.
Don't worry, Branchette, we're in this together.
God.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, this one is also about value. Basically, we're missing contrast. Don't be afraid of going into full dark or full white. It's fine.
Okay. When you
This one
say
is
full,
great. Oh, yeah.
like pure dark, just
Sorry?
black. When you say full dark, just like black stuff on the screen. Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, this one is cool. Really cool. Even the texture is pretty great. You can go like in perspective directly. We understand everything. This one is great.
Yay, thank you.
Yeah. I like the color choices on this one as well. I like the purple and the blue we have. I like that you created a shape here as well. So this is cool.
Thank you.
This is cool.
I wasn't really sure how to handle the flowers underneath though, so I kind of just like went ahead with the blue that I was using for the shadows.
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah. Sorry, I was like looking at the texture at the same time. This is pretty cool. This thing here needs to be a bit reworked so we can really understand that this is a flower pattern and everything. But again, we don't have much time. I know. I like this thing as well. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Thank you.
Glad you had that texture here so we can really focus on it. Yeah, maybe don't put texture here then if you don't have time, so we don't go there.
Gave up the
But yeah. Yeah, you did great. That's cool.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do I have any question here? Not sure. Okay. You know what? Let's do a 10-minute break, and so then we can go into the lecture and the demo and everything. So we can do a break between reviews and the actual class. Is that okay for you? Yeah? Okay, cool.
Yeah, sure.
So yeah. See ya in 10 minutes then. Yeah, it's so cool to see everyone's work. Take your time for your break. You still have 5 minutes. So. But if there is someone here who want to talk, I'm fine as well. Like, feel free. If you don't want to take a break, I'm okay.
Leah, I had a question about I really because when I was painting, I realized that I was a lot better at painting daytime scenes than nighttime scenes. And I was wondering if you had any tips for that.
I think it's maybe because we're more used to paint daytime than nighttime. But for that, it's mainly practice and being able to understand how that nighttime scenario will work and how the color will work and etc. etc. So there is no magic tips for that, unfortunately. But yeah, just practice, books, references. This is what I like to do again when I don't understand something. And I was kind of the same with the nighttime. I was like, okay, you know what? Let's go for a walk at night and try to understand how it works and like take some picture so I can train myself on the side. So yeah, this is the best thing to do because I guess we're more used to to go out during the day, like to go to the grocery store, to go to work or anything. So I think maybe some of us are just more used to see daytime picture in their head. So it's maybe more easy.
Yeah.
And maybe some other are partying hard and they see the night a lot. So it's maybe easier for them to draw nighttime. I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm gonna show you the magic tip, but at the very end. But no worries, I did not share it yet. I remember I have all these questions on the Discord to answer at the end. I'm keeping the suspense, so you have to stay until the end.
Actually, I have a question as well. So I really like the way like a lot of the students had like really cool colors, and I know sometimes they do color grading, and I think I had a hard time getting like interesting color grading and not going too crazy with it. Do you have any tips, or are we gonna go over that eventually in the class as well?
Yeah, I'm gonna go over that as well. But I was too shy at the beginning with my color grading. So what I did is like, okay, let's do too much. So I will burn my eyes and then I reduce. And when I do this, I'm less shy, basically.
I just
Okay.
came
Thank
back
you.
to the conversation and I just heard Leah say I burned my eyes. It's like, wow, a little out of context.
Yeah, I was saying that when I'm editing my picture, when I started, I was a bit too shy with my editing and with the color and stuff like this. So what I did is like I was doing too much, like too saturated, too contrasted, and I was burning my eyes basically. And so after I was adjusting, and with this method, I was less shy on my editing basically.
Oh, I see.
So it's like I push myself to do the maximum and then I reduce.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's a good way to like limit test, right? Like understand how far is too far and then work your way back.
Exactly. It's like I need to test how far I can go to be able to have a balance in the end. Because if I go like just little by little by little, I will never see really the difference. So
yeah. And I think that's something a lot of artists just like generally struggle with. Like it's something I tell my students all the time as well, where it's like you just have to push something until it breaks and then like work your like, 150% and then work back to 100.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, you will see the magic trick. Good thing we're artists and not doctors. Yep. Broke the bones and then try to find something.
Try to get really, really, really sick and then work your way back.
Yeah, I love my chair. This is the Jinx one. but this is not the one I'm using for work. I mean, this is the one my husband is using, and I have a really specific chair because I sit in a specific way. So yeah, like it's like the I don't know how to describe this chair, but it's like, can I go on the internet? Oh no, not that chair. Yeah, I have something kind of like this. Yeah.
Oh, it's the kneeling chair, like just kneeling like on the ground and
But I mean, it's not exactly this, but yeah, my chair is really weird, and so I can sit in weird position basically. But yeah, never see this.
Have you noticed that like that brings like any like good benefits from like a regular chair?
The thing is, okay, I think I don't have all the word I need in English to explain that, but I I was sitting on my feet basically all the day. So for your blood circulation, this is not a good thing in the end. So I ended up having issues, and with this chair, I don't have these issues anymore.
Okay.
Basically, like right now during the class, I'm on this chair and I'm basically on my feet.
Wow.
I'm sitting on my feet. So this is not a good thing, but this is more comfortable for me. So yeah, I was like, okay, let's buy this thing.
Yeah, I think I might have to invest in that because I like sit with like one leg like this and the other leg like over it, like that.
Yeah.
And I think like my foot falls asleep a lot, so I'm just like, that's probably not good in the long run.
This is blood
Yeah.
circulation, so yeah.
Yeah, can I ask, do your knees hurt after this chair? Like-
No.
No.
I mean,
Oh,
on this one, yes, but on the other one, no.
Oh, so you just switch between them, right?
I mean, this one is the one of my husband. So I'm just using this one when I'm lazy and I want to sit badly. But when I'm working all day, I'm using the old one. But this is not, you know what? Let me show you so it will be easier. Chair
okay.
discussion. Okay. Yep, this is this thing.
Oh, that looks like that's from Hug almost. I think it is, right?
Yeah.
My
So
chair
this
has
is
the
not
same
exactly
back.
Art and chairs, yes. I think this is the new title for this workshop. Yeah, it really depends on people. I know it's not working for everyone. You need to see it in a weird way to be able to use it, probably.
I think that's the case. It's like sometimes when you're painting and you really get into something, like you don't realize what your posture is doing, and you're just like a shrimp, and you're just like curled over.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm a shrimp. I think everyone is here. Oh, there's someone who has tables. Yes, this is what I have. I have this table, and then you can stand. So yeah, if I push the button here, you will not be able to see me anymore because the desk will be on top of me. But yeah.
Do you sometimes draw standing?
Yeah, when I feel bad with my legs, basically. And since the thing is, since I was working, you know, at Disneyland before and stuff like this, I was working all day. And now with this job, I don't walk a lot. I'm like just sitting all the day. So it's just a good way for me to kind of not walk, but yeah, kind of.
Thank you. Can I ask, do you do exercises like every day?
Not every day, not every day, but every week for sure. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Mama.
Yeah, I try. When I really started into the industry, it was really hard because I was working a lot and too much, so I did not have enough time for that. But yeah, now that I have a good life balance, yes, I do exercise, and this is the best thing I can do because, you know, even for your work and for yourself, this is really, really the best thing to do for your health. So yeah. So yeah, let's go back to the real class. But yeah, we're gonna talk a lot, so we're gonna talk together. Yeah, let's go. So the stay true to yourself versus flexibility. The thing is, since we're gonna talk about art direction, some production will hire you for your voice, your artistic style, and will strictly ask you to do you. So mostly in background painting, for example, they want your style, they hire you for this, and you go. Pretty simple. Some other will hire you for your voice, but they will also require you to be flexible, which is great as well. So when you start on a new project, you might have to adapt slightly to the art direction the production is looking for. So you also might have to be part of the creative process, test of a new art direction, etc., etc. So the thing is, keep what is making who you are. Stay true to yourself. The way you see, like, interpret your surrounding remain the same. And this is what you were hired for, basically, like for what you're doing. So even if you have to switch to another art direction, try to keep this in a little space of your mind, basically, and try to see what you can bring to the project. So yeah, you're hired for your voice, your grid fundamentals and understanding, of course. And then you need to adapt your technique and process. So you stay curious, motivated, you keep your voice, you try to see what you can bring to the project. You don't adapt your taste and your life experience, but you adapt your technique and your process, basically. And sometimes you also have to adapt a lot and to really change everything. It happens, can be difficult. What I try to do is to take it as a challenge, basically, as a new way to perceive my painting, new experiment, stuff like this. I try to stay motivated in that way. I want to show you something like here that would make sense for you, I think. Okay, did you guys see Enter the Galactic or not? Oh, I don't have all my painting. God,
Yes,
maybe here.
those are really good films.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's open this. Do I have the full painting? Oh, yes, I do have. This is a spoiler. Okay, you don't see anything anymore. And okay. These are from Michel, and I want one from, yeah, this one makes sense. Okay. Same movie, supposed to be the same art direction, but two different people, and we can see it. The thing is, when you're gonna work on a movie, when you watch a movie, I mean, animated movie, you're gonna be like, hey, the art direction is great. I understand the overall art direction because they follow the same overall vibe. But if you look closely at each concept, each artist have kind of the same, like, okay, let me show you. This is Morgan Prost, and his way of painting, his own vision, basically, is different than the one from Michel. I don't know if you can notice the difference, but for example, Michel liked to kind of skew more things, to have more crazy shape. He liked to have a good balance between hard and smooth surfaces. You can see it, and the painting are pretty simple all the time. It simplifies a lot. But then if you go to Morgan, you have way more detail, probably because he likes to work with a 3D base. And if I'm right, Michel doesn't work with a 3D base. And you don't have that much smooth area, for example. You have a lot of strong odd shape and nothing is really skewed. With this one is Morgan Prost. You will have the board with the name of the people on it. So you have Morgan Prost and you have Michel Sautiruk. So the thing is, again, you can work on the same movie you can follow in that direction and then keep your own voice and do what you like, basically, and bring something to the project. So this is a fun exercise you can do. I think I can also take some stuff from Orkan. Yeah, same thing. Which one I can open? Sorry, I try to think the one that are really, really different. I did not take the one I wanted for this one. Oh, yes. This one is good as well. But yeah, the thing is, you will have some people that will work maybe with a bit more texture, that will be maybe a bit more messy in the way of working, which is fine as well. And then you will see maybe some people that are a bit more clean, like maybe this one, in the texture that are like near to you. So yeah, Morgan colors are super intense, but works amazing. Yes, indeed. So yeah, you can try to have a look at all these. This is what I like to do every time there is a new animated movie. I rush to see the concept art and I'm like, okay, I want to see all the artists all working on this film. And I just like to be able to see the difference between their life experience and what they like and what they like less, I would say. Because again, same art direction, same project, everything is working great together because the overall art direction is followed, but we see that there was different people on the project. So yeah, try to keep that in your mind when you're working on a project, what you can bring to the project, basically. So yeah, the idea is I will show you my board, my process and everything. But the idea when you're doing this is like, okay, since taste, life experience isn't something you can and want to copy, you analyze the technique that were used. So the brushstroke, the obvious composition tool, the obvious contrast tools, the bold choice that were made, basically. And the more you will be able to deconstruct the thing around you, the more you will understand, the more you will be able to understand the need of your production and of your client, basically. So again, this is all about balance and stuff. Yeah, organ background is just amazing. You're right. Yeah, just before I go into this art direction thingy and the process and everything, just wanted to have a quick discussion with you just because I think it's interesting. What's make a good art direction for you? Like you can unmute and tell me or just word in the chat, but yeah, what is a good art direction for you?
I think
Yeah,
good
you
art
can.
direction is something that just like creates a very distinct. Because I guess it really just depends on the project and the genre of the project, so there's not like one answer. But I think it's something that's like that distinctly creates the exact experience for the audience that you want it to create, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, agree on that. Yeah, I have some note as well of what for me make a great art direction. But yeah, if anyone else wants to say something, I'm fine.
I would say one that like really carries over like the vibe of the story, like through the visuals.
Yeah.
Like how whatever that ends up being. But if there's like a way to translate that like into a style.
Yeah, agree. Clear rules, vision, clear ideas, repeating shapes, line, color, distinctive and new. I don't know if this is about really art direction when this is distinctive and new. It's more like trendy or anything, at least to me. But yeah, for me, there is a lot of things, but I would try to sensitize. So, of course, great people make great art direction. That might seem obvious, but to reach a great art direction, we need motivated people with great communication skills, able to teamwork, because sometimes, yes, you need to do for on painting and everything like this. So you can't have a good art direction if you don't have great people to work with and a great team and a great teamwork. And these people need to be easy to deal with. I say that about the feedback. I know that sometimes some artists are not easy about feedback. They don't take the thing well, or I don't know, but they're just not easy to work with, and it can cost you in the end for the overall art direction if you need to change something or test something on the project. I did not have any problem on any production, but again, great people for great art direction, I think is something maybe underrated, but yeah, this is really, really important. And more specifically for the artistic team, we need to be able to be problem solver, and be able to bring abstract ideas to life. So again, this is really about communication skills, but these are really, really important thing to have a good art direction. And then, of course, you have the thing you mentioned before, great lighting choices, color choices, composition choices, design choices, according to each story moment, etc., etc. And then a consistency. So each people can follow it and have this repetitive pattern you talked about. So yeah, this is the reason why I wanted to have this little conversation with you. Because yeah, we tend to forget this most part of the time. Second question for you, before we go into the process, what make a great art director? This is a tricky one.
Someone who can help people keep that style consistent, and then also let their own voice kind of shine through, like be
Yeah.
encouraging, but also like not domineering, if that makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense. A lot of sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
someone with like a very clear vision, but like not just like, oh, it has to look like my vision, but they know how to communicate their vision to like lead a team to bring it to life while still, like Jacob said, like keep their voice alive as well, and kind of like maintaining that harmony throughout the
Yeah.
process.
Yeah, makes sense. I see something I like, great communicator and listener. I like this one. What do I have? We know exactly what they're looking for. This does not exist. Has the goal in their head, but also see how something new can add to the story. Good scheduling, prompt communication. Yeah, I see some cool thing. Okay. Who knows how to convey their vision? Yep. Yep. Good and passion critic example that are specific on what to fix. Yep. Yeah. These are some like really precise stuff. But yeah. So yeah, for me, painting skills is, I would say, the last thing needed to be an art director. So of course it's better, but it's not the top one. So yeah, as you said, communication skills is the top priority, because you need to be able to communicate with a lot of different people and to understand how to communicate with every single person. So you need to be able to clearly communicate a vision with each of these people. I think what helped me a lot is when I was a manager inside the Gallery Lafayette, because I had to communicate with a lot of different people, and you have to say the same thing to different people. So you might have to say it differently to each people so they can understand it in the way you want. So it can be really tricky. As you also say, keep you and your team motivated. This is a thing as a director, because the needs of the film, the need of the director, and the needs of the artist are your priority, basically. And the last thing, but not the least, the taste. I think this is not something that we can really learn. This is something that we cultivate through experiences and experiments. But this is something you need as a director, basically, to be able to be, hey, this is not working, it's working. So yeah, these were my key point, and what you said is also really, really great. But yeah, all of this to talk about communication, basically, because we tend to forget this. It can be hard in some production, and you need to work with it, basically. So yeah. Okay, how many time do we have? 1 hour and a half. Okay, so I will show you. I did the homework before you, basically. Yup. Yeah, we talked about this already. I'm just talking too much. Anyway, okay, this is what I did. So keep in mind that the demo I'm gonna show you is about rendering and thinking process, not about design, because design is also a part of art direction. So yeah, as we mentioned previously, good art direction is built with a lot of decision making, experiment, grid lighting, color, composition, design choices, etc. Here, I will only demo how I had up my thinking process, rendering to match an art direction already established. And of course, the design of the Vespa not fits the world I try to mimic, basically. So let's keep the chat here. Yeah, the Vespa. So what I tried to do, I was like, okay, let's do a Vespa like intergalactic, and let's do the same Vespa more like Arcan, basically. That was the idea. So what I did first, ta-da, this thing. Referencing, but not too much. It's like you start to take references and then you play the game of the 7 differences and you try to understand the art direction behind. So this one was my main reference because it was the cover basically. So I was like, okay, I guess it was like the top-notch vision for the movie. So I was like, oh yeah, you have the name here if you need, Morgan Pross and Michel Sauturk. So I was trying to put some like small word on what I was saying. So I was like, okay, strong silhouetting, vibrant color, strong odd shape. I see some odd versus smooth. There is no big occlusion or pure dark the more part of the time. We have a subtle texturing. We can see the dot here. And design and overall architecture is based on our current days. And then I go find a few artists who worked on the project and I try to do like a synthesis basically, because again, I know these concept art are going to be a bit different. So I need to do a synthesis and then create my own and put my own voice in it basically. So I was like, okay, there is some line. I see it on few artwork, but not sure. I see that there is mostly odd surfaces, strong shape, a lasso tool, orange smooth, the dot texture, I see it a lot. The shadow are not in multiply, but more like in odd shape. So, okay, let's keep this in mind. Let's see if I see it on other painting. And I'm like, oh, okay, I have again this shadow in hard. I still have my hard and smooth plus my dot texture. Okay, the background is more abstract, but I think for my subject, it maybe not useful, but anyway, I see some color shifts. I'm like, this is interesting. And I think this is what we got here. We have a ton of color shifts inside the same value. So, okay, let's keep this. Let's go to other reference. I did crop the reference as well, just to have what I wanted in each. I see a specific texture brush like this one. This is one from Michel, I guess, and a rec brush that I see a lot. So let's try to mimic this as well. Also try to have my reference on different subjects, so car, indoor, outside, just to have a good variety. But again, I'm like, oh, I can see the same specific brush here. So maybe it's important to keep in mind. Again, a dot, hard and smooth. Okay, starting to have something. Again, hard and smooth, my dot. Oh, my line again. Okay, so maybe this is something I can play with. I can also see the color shift. And I'm like, okay, I think I'm good. I have all my reference. I have all my knots. Then I can go into my painting, basically. So this step take a lot of time already. Keep that in mind because you really need to understand what's going on in all this painting and try to not take too much references because you will be a bit overwhelmed. And while painting, if you think you need more reference, go gather some more, but step by step, I would say. I did the same with Arcan, basically. So this one, again, I'm not saying the art direction is top notch. These are things I did like in 3 hours or something, because I did not have much time between work. So yeah, of course it can be improved, but I think you will get the overall feeling of what I'm saying. So yeah, I don't have the name of all the artists because I found it on the internet and not directly on their station. But yeah, of course, concept artist, matte painter from Fortis Prod. Okay, I thought that is a mistake. That one is Olivier Ryan. Okay, great. I decided to take this one as a main ref because it covered the mood pretty well, I think. Yeah, the one with the plant, yeah. So again, just some word on top of it. Pantally brushwork. I have a lot of out shape. I see some opacity, subtle texturing, a strong use of the complementary, not only the complementary, but they play a lot with it. I have vibrant color and color dynamic in each value. I have a contrast between the object, but not directly inside the object. I have a lot of value grouping. And then it's more like steampunk, industrial, art deco design, and inspired by Alphonse Mucha. And then I do the same work basically. My subtle texturing, my color shift and color dynamic, again, hard and opacity brushwork. So to have this painterly style. Yep. Then I'm like, okay, I have painted texture right here. So no custom brush, just something painted to fake the texture on it. So I'm like, okay, it's gonna be hard for me. This is not my way of working at all. Anyway, I can see the subtle color shift inside the same value, but you can see this blue popping here and there, the green. So this is important. Yeah, same thing here. And again, I have the pentally contouring. This is not something done with like the lasso tool or any marquee tool. Again, not something for me. Again, pentally contouring, really far from my comfort zone. Hard and opacity brushwork. Not what I'm doing at all. The texture again here. The hard and opacity. Oh, and I found this one while I was painting, basically. And I was like, maybe I can use some layer mode here and there just to add some more light or more shadow here and there without breaking the overall texture. And I was like, this is a good one. Why not? So yeah, basically when you have this, you can start painting. With the time we have, I will provide you everything so you can watch it at your own pace as well. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so this one is 1 hour and a half, and I think the other one is 2 hours. This one was for Intergalactic. So yeah, not sure we'll have time for the entire Arcane one. I knew it with the feedback and everything, but we'll upload it on the website so you can watch it as well. So you will see me tasting a lot at the beginning. So I'm just testing my brush, testing the shape. The blocking is already done before. You know how I'm doing my blocking basically, so it's not really interesting for you to see it. But yeah, and the thing with a style like this one is that yes, it's pretty much my style. I mean, this is close to what I like to do. But it's not that easy because when it's close to something you're doing, but not exactly what you're doing, you tend to do your own style too much. So this is really tricky. And this is what I did at the beginning. So I think like maybe the first like 20 minutes, maybe, or more in my style. And then I'm like, no, we need to redo the shape and stuff like this. So yeah. So did you use the same blocking for both? Yes. The thing is, I have my process. I can keep it as long as I can bring the good art direction for my production. They don't care about the process or the way I'm doing it, basically. And yeah, just to save some time. And since again, I'm used to do blocking like this and I'm pretty fast, I was like, okay, let's keep this blocking for the two style. And I know that for Orkan, for example, they are not working with that much layer, but I don't care. I did work with a lot of layer because I'm more comfortable to work like this. So again, as long as I can provide. Do we talk about the brushes in the Orkan piece? Yes, you will see me. To be honest, for the brushes, I use 2 brush and you will see me test it at the very beginning. I'm testing few brushes and in the end, I end up working with the triangle one and one square with a bit opacity on it. how do I keep track of my layer? They are in group, and you know, you can control click, and so you can find your layer easily. So this is pretty easy to find your layer. And at the very end, if I need, I can just merge my group. So I think I'm also used to it. So when you're used to organize and everything for your teammate after you in background painting, then you're used to work with a lot of layer. But again, you're not supposed to do this. This is my process. If you're not comfortable with this, go for your own way to do it. Basically, as long as you can achieve the render you're after, that's fine. Are there any more example of your blocking process? I think for next week, since it's gonna be really about a process and my way of working in my own style and stuff like this, you will have my blocking as well. And again, I just like to record most of my stuff like this, so I can talk with you, answer your question. But yeah. Control click select layer. Yes. Yep. Do you recommend only choosing a style from a production TV or film, or is it target reference an individual artist with specific art style? Yeah, I'm fine. I will talk about this when we'll talk about the homework. But yeah, of course, the idea here is more about your thinking process. I want you to be able to, I would say, take notes, deconstruct what you're seeing, and then apply it to your painting, because this is something really important in production. And try, if you can, to like take one style that is maybe close to what you like to do and what you're used to do, and take another one that is really far from your comfort zone. And it might feels like easy, but it's not. Like I struggled above, basically. Like this one was hard because too far from my style, to not too far. You got the point. But yeah, I lose the word. Anyway, too similar to my style, and the other one was too far, so both were difficult in the end. And the thing is, more you're gonna experiment stuff like this, more you're gonna be able to find your own voice. This is what I did when I was studying, and this is still something I like to do. Just testing various art direction, various process, just so in the end, I can do a brief with myself and be like, okay, I like this thing, I like this way of working, so I will keep it in my process. And this is how you can create yourself, basically. Do you ever make any drawing before blocking? No, I did make drawing before, but now I'm just working with shape. I'm too crazy with line work. I'm doing too much, and then I'm losing too much time, and I'm not thinking enough in my shape when I'm working in lines. So yeah, when it's in my sketchbook, if I need to sketch, yes, of course. But I think this is also the reason why I prefer to paint, like old painting. But yeah. Tell me if you want me to speed the video if this is too slow or anything. And you will see me a lot struggling with my, not my organization, but yeah, with Photoshop, I would say, just because I just misclick all the time. I told you I'm a mess when I'm working. As a beginner, is it beneficial to sketch first, then work on shape? Test. This is the best thing. When I was a beginner, I tested both. Try to work in line, try to work in shape, and just see what is working the best for you. Again, you will not see what is working for you if you don't test. So and yeah, at the very beginning of a study like this one, I try to test a lot of brushes, and when I'm happy with what I have, most part of the time it's like 3 brushes, something like this. I try to not have a lot of them, and I try to have them in the same area so I don't lose time picking my brushes all the time. So at this moment of the painting, I already have like my brush set in mind, basically. We could go faster since I'm sure we'll rewatch the demo. Yes, you're right. Speed. Is it too fast if I go for this? Yeah, it's fine. We can go for this. What were you changing with the undo just now? Oh, it's because my Photoshop was lagging and I'm used to have a shortcut for my brush on my keyboard and it was not working. So all my keyboard shortcut were not the good one. That's it. Many brushes you end up losing in the process. Yeah, this is the reason why I like to put them on top. Here again, this is a style. I was like, okay, I already know which brush I'm gonna use. So I was like, okay, all the brush on top are gonna do the job. But yeah, for Arcan, for example, you will see me just going the brush pack under and just like use two brush next to each other. And so I'm like, okay, I know I'm gonna use strictly this one. The thing also is when I'm doing bigger painting, for example, I have like trees and building and car, and then I start to do a car. I will be like, oh, okay, I find a way and good brushes to do my car. So I will do all the car in my painting. So I will not forget how I did it and which brush I use. But yeah. Yeah, I like to do clean blocking. I'm a bit crazy about this. And this is the reason why the Arcan art direction was really hard because you can't have this. So it was a mess for me. Yes. This is from a photo. Sorry, I took when I was. Oops, sorry. This one. This is the reason why I wanted you to take a lot of picture. But yeah, this is a photo I took in Spain. So I have my reference on the side. The thing is I have two screens. So I have all my references on the side. The one from Intergalactic, my reference, and I have my my color wheel on the side and my navigator as well. So I can see my image in little. And I don't like to have my reference kind of copy pasted on the side because I like to be able to zoom in and zoom out in my reference so I can see it from far. But yeah, the ref is here. Yeah. So yeah, here since it's really about art direction, I'm like, okay, I will kind of follow the raw lighting and color I have in my reference because this is not my goal with this study. I'm not here to really study like lighting or really color. I'm just here to study art direction. So better to have a reference so you don't have to focus on all the other thing that will overwhelm you basically. What's your shortcut to quickly fill the selected with lasso tool? It was Alt and I still don't have the word. The one on top of the enter. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you can set up, yeah, pretty much what you want. But yeah, the first long first minutes are just me struggling and be like, too much, not working, too much my style, not enough intergalactic style. So yeah. So again, I know I'm supposed like in an online class to just demo quick stuff during the 4 hours I have. But I prefer if you can have like the full process and you watch it on your own if you want. So you can really see me struggling and just not see me like do beautiful stuff and finish stuff. So yeah, you can see like the entire thinking process and struggling process. So you can go struggle on your own. My shape were too similar to my reference, and in intergalactic they really go far with the shape. And since when I'm doing personal painting, I like to be kind of close to the reality. I'm designing my shape, but I'm still very close to the reality. And I like to do crispy texture and stuff like this. In Intergalactic, it's pretty flat in terms of texture. I mean, you have some, but it's still pretty flat compared to what I'm doing. And again, the shape are more like kind of expensive and stuff like this. Yes, I did everything with the mouse. This is the reason why I can easily go on my other screen. And the one from Orkan, I had to use my stylus mostly. And this is the reason why the one from Orkan took me more time, because I had to get used, because again, my color wheel is on the other screen and you can't go in the two screen with your stylus. So it's like, it was a mess for me because I had to change a part of my process as well. But it was a great challenge. Yeah, at this moment, I was like, yeah, my shape is just too close to the reality. I need to do something way more simple. Yeah. But yeah, so for this week, basically, you're going to have to do a lot of tests with art direction, take a lot of notes. So I think this week will be a bit more difficult than the 1 hour study. Do you ever color pick from reference directly? I try to not color pick. Like, again, the thing is, when I'm doing a study, I try to not color pick. But when I'm like doing a concept art where I have like basically, I would say no entire reference to follow, but I created some color palette on the side, then I will color pick between few references to get the color I want here and there. So yeah, if that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, you'll be able, Jacob, to see it maybe like the video slowly. But yeah, my curve was like too much like a realistic one, and was like, okay, let's do like something really, really simple so it will fit way more. But again, I have my references on the side, so I can be like, Oh, and yeah, the thing I didn't tell you is that I chose to do this Vespa because I did not see any Vespa in Orkan and in Intergalactic. So I was like, okay, so I will not be influenced by something already done, because if I choose to do like a building, there is a ton of building in Intergalactic. So I kind of have only to copy what I'm seeing, but I don't have to really think about it. So when you're going to have to do the exercise, try to find an object that was not done in this specific art style. So you really have to think about everything and to put it into your painting. Yeah, happy tears. This is what we want. And the thing with the Arcan one is that everything is kind of gold and not silver, like this thing. So when you have to make this silver Vespa match the Orchid style that is very goldish, and you're like, this is a mess. So yeah. Yeah, exactly. This is something you can put in your portfolio. Like, try to work in the art direction you want to work on for production. So yeah, this is what I'm trying to do with you. I'm trying to kind of bring you some stuff so you can learn a little, and then make you do some cool stuff for your portfolio as well, if you can. Oh, I think art life is, yeah, beautiful suffering, but not only for the first 10 years, until the end, because you will learn until the end, and you will never be happy with your work until the end. And this is great. Yeah, here you can see my soft dot brush. I know it's not in the movie, but anyway, I like it, so I will keep it. Oh, and maybe it will help you with your homework, but keep in mind that I'm struggling a lot doing the homework with you while I'm working at the same time and preparing the course. So I'm dying. I'm I'm making myself dying and suffering with this homework. Exactly. Yeah, I love teaching, really. But the thing is, I love this so much, so I put a lot of time in it, like making my slides, the recordings, and everything. And in the end, I don't sleep anymore. But yeah. Yeah. The thing again, this is what I'm telling you all the time, is like you need to test to be able to understand if it's working or not. So yeah, I'm testing a lot and a lot, deleting, redoing. But yeah, cool, Misa. Thank you. I really try to improve my course since I was teaching at New Age. Like the first year I was teaching at New Age, I think it was maybe a bit messy and a lot of stuff were missing. But thanks to the question you got and the help of the student and everything, I was able to be like, oh, okay, maybe I can do a PDF for that and maybe some recording for that because I got too much questions. So yeah. That's cool. Yes, of course. You can, yeah, for the artistic ref, if you want to follow someone, an artistic direction that is not digital, that's fine. This is a challenge as well to be able to translate something traditional into digital. This is a really great challenge. So yeah, good thing to do, of course.
Leah,
Yeah.
in a production like Intergalactic and Jibaro, do you have time for to adapt to the direction artistic?
Oh, I did not work on Intergalactic. I mean, I was
Oh,
contacted to
okay, yeah.
work with them, but I was working on Jibaro at this moment. So I was
Oh,
like,
okay.
hey, I will be able to work with you, but in few weeks because I don't want to take these two at the same time because if I do this, I think the quality of my work will just downgrade. This is what I said to the art director, basically.
Okay.
And he was like, yeah, okay, fair enough. So yeah, the thing, okay, if you really want to know it, I decided to do these two art direction because I was contacted by these two production to work on this show, but I was not able to take it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
It's like my small revenge.
Yeah. And yes, sorry, my question, it's
Yeah, sorry.
yes, in the production, do you have time to adapt to the direction artistic or no?
Yes, I mean, again, you always have like some production who think that we are robots. But when you're working on great production, yes, of course you have time.
Okay, cool.
Like, it's like they know that the first days are gonna be like the time you need to know the team because this is also very important to test on the first painting how you're supposed to work. So yeah, and again, it really depends on the production and the job you're doing. If you're doing visual development, you are here to test the art direction and to experiment. So you don't really have to adapt. It's like you have the abstract vision from the director and then you try to come out with something. So you will test a lot and you will have a lot of time to adapt. But if you come in a project where you're doing maybe background painting and the art direction is already set up, then yes, you have a few days to adapt, of course, but it's shorter than on a VizDev assignment, basically.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
No. I'm far from being as good as the art director in Orkan. Like, really, you will see me struggling a lot on this fucking Vespa. And I'm still not okay with it, but I was like, anyway, the class will start. I don't have time anymore. But yeah. Without preliminary drawing, do you do some kind of measuring to find the main proportion? Yes, I'm testing. It's like, I do the first ellipse, then I do the second one. I will do like the core skeleton of the Vespa, and I'm like, now that I'm seeing everything together, I see that everything is not working perfectly. So let's retweak the ellipse here and this one. So yeah, I adjust everything while I'm adding my shape. Oh yes, I'm already at the middle. Okay, maybe we will have time for a little bit of Arcan. In Arcan, do they paint over 3D? I did not work on it. So I don't know, maybe I can tell. But probably I'm pretty sure they have some assets ready, especially for season 2, so they can go quickly. So yeah, I think they do have at least some Rook 3D just to block the ID, but then they need to repaint everything. Again, I can tell you at 100% the process because I don't know. When you have two planes that meet together, when do you decide to leave them hard or soft? I always struggle with just adding a blend between them and not looking quite right. Testing again. The more you test, the more you see how it works. This is the reason why now I'm a bit more comfortable. And I'm like, oh, okay, I know that if I put something soft here, it will feel better. It's also depending on the material, like depending on the softness, on the roundness, depending on the lighting as well. So there is a lot of things to check. Yes, there is making up for Arcan, but I don't know if they go over the 3D subject or not. Yes, Orkan is pretty far from my style, and they still contacting me to work on. This is what I said just before. It's like people can contact you for your style or for your knowing of your fundamentals, for example. Like someone who knows his fundamentals can do pretty much everything, pretty much every other direction. So this is the thing. And my fundamentals are still far from being perfect. Like I'm still very bad in perspective. So I still need to improve a lot in color. So again, I think as long as all these fundamentals, if you keep practice all the time and you can show in your portfolio that you're okay with this, you can work on pretty much everything you want. Yep, Maria, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, glad
Fascinating
you.
how. Oh, sorry. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I find it really fascinating how this style of painting is almost like a word for it would be like surgical. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
you're cutting and placing things so much. It's really interesting to see how it kind of like, brings the final product to life.
Cool. Yeah, this is the way I like to work, really, because it makes me feel that things are kind of perfect, with perfect edge everywhere. This is not perfect at all, but this is, yeah, the thing that is working the best for me.
Yeah, and it's just so fascinating, especially like because I have a lot of roots in like more like traditional painting, and like this approach is fascinating because it's so far removed from that process, but it's still like the same like fundamentals, and you're thinking about the same things, but you're just executing them so differently. It's cool.
Exactly. Again, this is the reason why I try to take really different art direction for this week assignment. So you will struggle a lot and you will probably find some stuff you like in each process you're gonna test. So yeah, I was saying the book by Anspe Baker is incredible. Yes, it is. If you ordered it since last time, was it Vision? Yes, this one. Yeah, you really need to read it. This one is amazing. And no worries, I will answer all the questions I received on the Discord at the very end of the class as well. Oh, and you see as well that I'm kind of working on all the part at the same time. I'm not rendering one single thing and then the other one because I need to be able to compare everything all the time. So if I render fully one single object, then I think I will do an anxiety crisis because I will be like, I need to render the same way everything in my painting. So I prefer to work everything at the same time. This is still really weird to watch me paint. Here I'm just too perfectionist, but anyway. How to avoid copy reference? I can't stop. Go to the extreme. I mean, this is what helped me. Like, try to really distort a lot, even if it's too much, and then you reduce. I mean, this is one way. You guys in the chat probably have like other tips for that, depending on people, but this is what helped me a lot. Yes, I have. Yeah, your Photoshop will have exploded with so many layers. The thing is, since I had to work on posters for Spider-Verse, I had to book more RAM because the size of the poster was really big, and my Photoshop was a mess. I wasn't able to zoom in, basically. So yeah, I have a NASA computer, basically. Yeah. But again, this is what I will repeat during 8 weeks, like test, change, learn, redo during the process. And again, I have my reference on the side. The thing also is I edited the video, so you have one video, but I did it like in 2 times, basically, And when I come back to my painting, I was like, oh, this is shit. I need to redo some stuff. So yeah, take break also can help you to have a fresh eye and a fresh mind on your painting. Oh, cool. New mouse painter. Oh yeah, if you're brave enough to watch the long video, you will see me click on the wrong layer, paint on the wrong layer. So yeah, I'm sorry in advance. Maybe I should work on Illustrator, or maybe I'm just more a graphic designer, I don't know, than a painter. If it's a big problem to change the shape that's used as mask. Oh, if you unlock the little thing, like the thing here, you can still change the shape, but then it will not change. I mean, it will keep the mask and then you will be able to tweak the shape inside. Exactly. I think the thing is I also want to kind of paint too fast. And so I click everywhere. But I mean, I'm the same in the everyday life. Like I want to do the thing too fast and then I fall or I hit the wall or anything. So I just paint the way I am, basically. Affinity designer, okay. Okay, might give it a try. Oh, I think I tried InDesign before, but it was a long time ago. You will also see me if you watch the the video, the full video, like kind of doing weird shape in the wind. Like traditionally, I'm just like trying to get my shape before painting it. So I'm doing a lot of this thing. Oh yes, I did my resume on InDesign. This is the reason why I used it. You're right. I did the same and I never opened it after. Oh God, the people who are watching the recording of the workshop, but they don't have the chat, they will think I'm crazy. Anyway. If you're watching the recording, read the chat at the same time, please. Or just mute myself. I don't know. Do something. You guys know too much software. Photoshop is already a lot for me. I die if I open Blender. So oh yes. Yeah, but since here is more like a discussion, yeah, when this is like a question really about like technique and everything, I read the question, but yeah. You can view the chat in the recording. Yes, I think my toxic trait is learning too many apps. I mean, this is not a bad one. Blender is the right software for 3D. Flemmard, yes, maybe. Or C4D, no? Isn't a good one? This is the one I wanted to learn. Both? Okay. I mean, yeah, procrastinating work time to learn new app or skill. The thing is, to me, it's too hard to learn a new software. Like again, I'm really bad with computer and stuff like this. I can adapt. Like I learned Adobe Premiere Pro this week, and I'm fine. I adapt pretty well and fast. But I prefer to paint than to learn a new software. So again, I know how to use Blender if I need to do a quick 3D or anything, but yeah, I just don't like it. Oh god, I learned 3ds Max at school. And this is the reason why I quit the school, because of 3ds Max. Please. For painting street, yes, no worries, I don't forget. Yes, I will show you this. It's not for painting street, but it's to put object like street lamp in perspective really quick. But yeah, I will show you this at the end. I will have time, no worry. Even if I need to stay a bit longer to show you. Did I forget anyone here? Yeah, no, I'm fine. Okay. You quit because of Maya? Yeah, same thing. And before that, they were like SolidWorks or something like this. Your New Year resolution every year is to learn Blender. Still a resolution. Yeah, I'm the same. Every time, like, yes, I'm learning it this year. No. No, I think there is few 3D artists here. I think you, I mean, yeah, maybe you're in the minority. I don't know. Yeah, yeah, you're a lot. That's great. To me, you are a wizard. Working in 3D, I don't know how you do it. You're doing beautiful stuff. I'm not able to do this. Yeah, 3D cut looks really interesting. Yeah, I think most of the people will suggest Blender for a beginner. Oh yes, and for your homework, if you have time, if you want, add a little bit of background or anything behind. It also helps with the overall art direction, so we can understand where everything is set. You don't have to spend too much time on it, but it can help you again just to compare your main object with the background. Can be important. So yeah. Yes, if you're using 3D as a 2D support, as you said, yes, I understand. Oh, in this style, I think I will end up with a bit too much texture on my ground and wall, just because I like it. So it does not follow 100% the art direction, I think. But anyway. My layer is in FX mode, just in case. You'll be able to see it if you watch the slow version. When doing style studies for a portfolio like this, would you say it's better to try and emulate the style more accurately to get hired, or away from it to things you like more? The thing is, there is two school for that. I know that some company, maybe more like Riot, for example, if you need to do a splash art for them, you need to show them that you're able to match their style, so you can be hired for that. But in the other end, you also need to be able to show what you like to do, so you can be able to be hired for what you like to do. So again, this is a balance. Like, I put my work I did on Jibaro, but it was way too realistic. And right now, I'm not sure I want to do only work realistic like this. So this is the reason why I also do like the kind of stuff I like to do on my personal work, so I can be hired for more stylized stuff. So, you can do both. You don't have to have like a perfect portfolio with one style. It doesn't mean anything to me. So, like, look at Shansevas, for example. He had like plenty of style in his portfolio. His fundamental are like crazy good, and he's able to do everything as long as he like it. So I think this painting took me like 3 hours. No, a bit less than 3 hours, something like this. But again, fighting with the bunny, looking at my reference a lot. So yeah, it took quite a lot of time. Did I miss anything? Yeah, 3D cut lovers. Okay. I think I also lose a lot of time with my background trying to stylize it. So yeah, maybe don't go too crazy with this. To create the shape on the wall, testing again. I did it, with just my round brush and then erasing with the texture brush. And when I have like two different values, then on top, I like to add like the FX, like to use some of the texture in FX mode. And then I can just say like, okay, this texture will be applied on the dark value or on the light value. So it helped me to find a balance with my texture. I was thinking more for my level. It seems more likely to get hired for production, so I would show that I can copy the style rather than being hired for this dev with little experience. Yes, right. Fair enough. Oh yes, I do have a lot of layer. Don't count them. I did more than 1,000. I'm fine. So I can erase, redo, self-trust, low self-trust. Do you ever paint with adjustments, layer mask, kind of? Yeah. You will see I will do some adjustment at the very end with this one. Low self-trust is saving every 30 seconds. No, I don't think so. You're just smart. I'm not. I'm not saving, and then I'm losing everything, and then I just want to throw my computer through the window. So no, you're just smart. That's fine. They seems to paint everything with those adjustment layer. Again, this is just a way to work. So yeah, need to test and see if it's something you like to do. I like to do it, but at the very end. And yeah, in case you ask, this is like a glitch texture I like to put on top so I can try to see if I can have like some color variation on top. You can create your own pattern, use layer mod, see what you can come up with. Oh, too much thing. Okay, I guess it makes sense for them because they're doing Pixar kind of stuff and need a lot of different lighting options. Yes, this is mainly keyframe, I think, a lot of keyframe. So yeah, it made sense, I think. This glitch, do you use? This glitch, do you use an image for intergalactic? Not sure I get the question. Like the glitch isn't from intergalactic. If that was the question, this is a glitch I did or saved. I don't remember, like few years ago, and I just like to use it on top of some of my work just to see if I can grab some color glitch here and there. And I have my reference on the side. Yeah, you have the reference now. Maybe I can go, where's my desktop here? I have like some stuff like this with like kind of pre-made texture I like to use. Yeah. I will go over pattern and pre-made texture like this when we're gonna do like a full painting together with a good rendering. And yeah, at the end, I was like, yeah, I still have a bit of time. I will adjust the color and everything so it can match a bit more what I want. And I think I did some color adjustment off recording. So I just recorded my layer for you in the end. And I know I'm crazy. I'm naming everything. But yeah, it's a lot of level stuff like this. Again, if you have the video not that speed, you will be able to see it. Okay, yes, we still have at least half an hour so we can see me struggle on the Arcan one. Let's go. Is it the good one? Yes, it is. Again, same blocking. I just took the same PSD. I was like, okay, let's do it again. I don't like Vespa anymore, but that's fine. So at this moment, I'm making my piece with, okay, I'm gonna have to use my stylus and the opacity. I was like, this one has a bit of opacity, but not too much. Maybe it's a grid in between. So I went for this one. Did you do this on the same day? No. No. It was just impossible. Like between full-time work, meeting, the slide for the course, and this. No, I was not able to do it on one day. I finished this one this morning. And yeah, better to do one style a day so you can refresh your mind. Because yeah, again, keep in mind that, and I think it will be hard for you as well. I have the style I'm working on my current production at Sony, which is not my own style. I have my own style, and then I had to adapt to two new style, the one from Intergalactic and this one. So it's really hard. Like you will see that this is a bit crazy in your mind at this moment. You're like, which style I need to paint. So no. It took me like 3 hours as well, something like this or more, because I was struggling with this one. How do you know it's a layer? Oh, I just, control click on it and it will find the layer. I control click on the shape I want and it will go onto the layer I need. yeah, I need to choose a subject I don't like from the start, so I don't end up hating it in the end. Yeah, good thing. Leah, this is slightly off topic, but how do you handle finding time to do personal work outside of the studio work? I'm full-time at studio and have been really struggling with continuing to sit in front of a screen for personal work. That's fine. I mean, I don't have a lot of time for personal work as well. Like, to be honest, when I'm doing the classes, I create time to do this recording. But the most part of this time, I'm just like reading book, playing Genshin Impact, and trying to refresh my mind going outside. Because I already practice a lot at work, and because this is already out of my comfort zone. Because again, I try to accept work out of my comfort zone so I can still practice a lot. So yeah, I think I find a time maybe like once a month or something like this to paint for me, but I try to don't put any pressure on myself for that. So this is not off topic at all. This is something where can pressure off, like, yeah, you need to produce a lot to practice. Come on, I practice at work every day. Like, let me breathe a little bit. That's fine. I mean, I love my work, but I will try to not overwork because in the end, I will just hate my work, I think. I don't know. Again, I do a little tiny bit of 3D. But again, I just need to create more time for this and to learn 3D. Again, this is like a good year resolution. Still don't know if I will be able to do it because there is a ton of stuff I want to learn, and not enough time in my life. So yeah. Which fundamentals are you to manage style like this, color, light, yeah, all the basic fundamentals. Color, like understanding your light, color, value, all this contrast thing, your shape design, all of this make you be able to switch between styles. Is that common? I'm trying it now, doing this class, a character class, and drawing stuff in more line art comic style. I haven't done that before, and it's a strain on my brain. But working on the same style, and yeah, you're right. Yeah, working on the same style all the time is easier. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I meant, is it common that you'd have to like switch styles on different projects, or are you mostly working on like the same project all day for like a few weeks?
I'm used to long production with the same art direction basically, or in this dev where you have to test basically. So I'm more used to this. When I was working on Jibaro and with Netflix, I had to switch between these two. But this is the maximum I take because I don't want to downgrade my work quality. So I set up some boundaries for myself and I was like, okay, the best for me is only one production at the time. So I can be fully invested in this production and really think about all the detail I can put in this artwork and all the thinking process. And maximum will be 2 projects because I know I can handle it and still keep the same work quality, basically. Genshi is a gacha gamer. Yes, it is. But I like it. I mean, my husband has a lot of Pokemon cards. Of course, I'm playing Genshin Impact. How do we get better at these shapes, like the shape on the ground, intergalactic Vesper one? Trying, testing. Deconstruct the direction first, understand what's going on, then you test. Again, this is the only way. I think it was something like one of my very first art teacher told me. I was too perfectionist, and every time I was doing like one line, I was erasing it, and it was like, do the entire line and then see if it works, and after you will be able to erase a part of the line, basically. And I think this is something I just kept in my mind during years. It's like you need to do the thing to be able to see if it works. Don't erase it before you know. So don't do the job in your head, put it on the paper and then see. It's harder to see the shape language in this scene since it's more blended. Yes, and this is the reason why it's really hard. Because the orientation of some of your brushstroke need to follow the overall curve of the object, because if it's not, it will kind of break the interior volume. So this is where the shape design is involved. And you will see me do a lot of mistakes. Like at this moment, I'm struggling a lot. I'm like, okay, I need to find a way to make my shape readable, but not too much, because I'm used to make them really obvious. And now they need to be subtle, but still be here. Yeah, create, then evaluate. You're right. How do you determine when it's right? Is it when you like it and make you happy? It's more like when it convey the curve I'm looking for, when it convey the lighting I'm looking for. This is, and then of course you have a bit of taste that is involved, of course. But yeah, to me, it's more like, yeah, when the shape and the form follow the function of the object, is like an overall design thing as well. But yeah. And again, what is right for me is not maybe right for everyone. So take it with a grain of salt, I would say. Oh, maybe I can speed it as well. Sorry. I struggle too much on this one. Let's be faster. I think at this moment I was like, okay, this part of the Vespa is a mess. Let's do something else. Let's do like a really small part of it, and try to understand how I can shape everything. So I decided to do this. You will see me just zoom in a really small part of the Vespa, not this part, right after. No, I was using my stylus mainly for this one. This is the reason why I'm slow as well, because again, my color wheel is on the other side. So each one I was like with my mouse. Yeah, I'm a mess. Do you have any recommendation for movies or show with art direction that would be good to study from? Whoa, there is so much. Maybe I can try to do a list in the Discord. Like we can try to share like everyone's ID in the Discord would be great. There is the last one, Blue Eye Samurai as well. That could be great to study. Yeah. Yeah, let's do like kind of a list. Yes, Arcane is a great one as well to study, of course. If you are crazy, you can study Jibaro. But yeah, only if you are crazy. Ghibli style, yes. Yes. TMNT. Yeah, Hades. Yes, you can go for video games as well. I'm fine. Hades is a really great one. Yeah, Ninja Turtle, as you said. Samurai Jack. Yeah, even anime style. If you like anime, it's fine. It's really, really hard. But yeah, I mean, it's hard for me. Maybe not for some of you. I think this is one of my goal. At least one time in my life, I want to be able to work on an anime production. Would be cool. Tron Uprising, yeah. Nothing is simple to paint. Yeah, Robert Valle styles is really great. But again, yeah, try to really pick a lot of different style, really different from each other. But you will see the entire goal of this 8 week are not to copy everyone, but just to learn from everyone and what you see to be able to find yourself inside it, basically. Yeah, Dalmatian, yeah, they're great. Oh yes, this is the part I'm doing. The little part on the Vespa to be able to find the shape I want. This is so bad at this moment. I have like three triangle with the same space. This is a mess. I hope I did not keep this in the final. Please do something. Okay, thank you. Yeah, trauma pricing was really, really good. I think I'm gonna start answering some of the Discord question while watching this. I think it's better. So we can have time for everything. I will go on my phone since I know the Discord don't want to open on my computer. So where were the question? Authent talk here. And I think I have the pin message somewhere. Yes, here. Oh yes, Steven Universe can be so great, but this is hard. Like every time it feels simple, it's really hard. But yeah, this is great. Okay. So I'm trying to find the question. I know they are pinned, but there is a lot in it. Oh yes, I remember this one. This one was a big one. Yes, it was one from Yonding, and you asked it like, okay, you mentioned the shape of texture in week 2 class. I wonder, how do you decide what shape would you paint? What's the thinking process behind it? I think I pretty much answered this question with what we talked about with this recording. Again, it needs to follow like the function and the form of the object. You need to think about all your fundamental, like if you're gonna put like a soft edge, hard edge, depending on the material, on the lighting and everything. And then it's mainly trying, experimenting to see if it's gonna work or not. So maybe it feels easy when you see me paint, but it's just because I failed a lot and experimented a lot. So yeah. And yeah, this is what you circled in my painting, like the strong shape I decided to make on the concrete and on the wall. But yeah, they were not on my reference, but I decided to go for this just because I tested. And the student who saw me paint this piece saw me just testing, struggling, deleting, and redoing. Any thought about how you decide to use out edge on this versus the blended edge? I'm just testing a lot. You will see that right now I'm still not quite okay with the style. I'm using something with the opacity. So this is how I trying to blend my my shape together, you will see that also sometimes I just end up with something with no opacity, and you will see later that I'm using a soft brush here and there to soften some edges. But yeah, my blended edge again are here just on purpose, depending on where the lighting is gonna hit, depending on is it a rounded area or not, stuff like this. Or is it like an in-between value I need to kind of blend? So oh yes, Laurel, you asked me something, and the number one I was supposed to answer you here. Okay, most of the objects in the demo from week 1 were silhouetted, making it easier to break things down into shape families, or would you simplify more complicated form closer to the camera? I think again you have the answer here with the first one. I guess so. Again, if you have any other question, feel free, Laurel. But yeah, I think I answered it already. Do I have anything else? Nicolimi, yes. I will keep it in the chat and I will demo this one really quick. Maybe not today because not sure we're gonna have time, but I will demo how I'm doing that kind of stuff. And I remember I need to show you the magic thing to put things in perspective. No worries, I'm not forgetting this. Maybe I can, yeah, you know what? I will go there. Sorry, but just so you can see the improvements. I was feeling better with my shape already. I think you have something like 4 hours of video process in total to watch, or maybe even more. So have fun. But I knew 4 hours are going to be too much for one stream. Yes, yes, yes. You have a time lapse, a lifetime access to the recording. So yeah, take your time. You don't have to watch everything right now. Oh, I see like some aliasing here and there. Yeah, yeah, no worry. Take your time. I think in 2 minutes, I will maybe try to go near the end of the video so you can have a glimpse of everything and just not only me struggling. But yeah, at this moment, I was like, okay, I think I got something. And I still have this aliasing here. Want to die anyway. Completely lost myself for a minute. Did you answer my question on Discord? The one about juggling? Yes, while under pressure and oh no, not sure. The one about juggling work while under pressure and having limited time. Let me go back to it. Where it is. Oh yes, this one. How to not lose focus. I have a plan and do everything step by step. Start fresh, even if it means coming back the next day. Okay, okay. Okay, what about the situation when you have to juggle several projects, work under pressure, and have a very limited time? This is what I had to do while working for Jibaro and Netflix. What I did at this moment is I was like, okay, I think I will have maybe one opportunity like this in my life to work with Alberto. So I need to take it. And I don't want to leave my team at Netflix because I love them and this is not professional to do it. So I was just like, okay, let's do my piece with the fact that I will not have any life during 6 months or more. But it's okay. And what I did is like the morning I was working on one production and the afternoon on another production, basically. This is my way to be organized when I'm working like this, but only because I was like part-time with Netflix and full-time with Jibaro. So of course I needed to work on two projects the same day. So I was working like too many hours in a day at this moment. But now when I'm taking two projects, I'm trying to take these two projects in part-time. So I can be like 3 days on one and 2 days on the other, for example. So I can really focus the entire day on one single project. And so I don't have to switch between art direction or thinking process or anything. At least to me, this is healthier. But again, depending on people, but this was my way to do it. And with limited time, it's more like the more you will practice, the more you know how many time you need to do what, basically, to do which thing. So the more you know yourself, the more you're confident with the deadline. Of course, when you start, like you will maybe feel a bit of anxiety because you're like, oh, I need to produce this in that that's much time, and this is maybe not enough, and stuff like this. But again, you just need to get into it, work, start to know you better, and then you will be like, okay, I know this thing can be done in 2 hours, this one in maybe one day. So this is just experience at this point. But when I started, I was a mess. I was not able to be like, oh yeah, this one will take me 3 days, and in the end it took me two, or in the end it took me five. You don't know at the beginning until you test. And yeah, please tell me if I forgot any question. The pin message on mobile in Discord are a bit of a mess. So there's a lot of small value change when working on the painterly style, like Arcan is tough. Yes, this is what I was not doing enough at this moment. And I was like, yeah, I need more color dynamic in it. And I changed this at the end. I will go like maybe here. Yeah. Oh, maybe this is not the, well, anyway. I'm still figuring out how to balance full-time work and personal painting, but there are two things that have helped me: doing something entirely different between the two projects, ideally something active like taking a walk, yes. And two, trying to switch workspace when possible, working in a different area for hours, yes, could be great as well, yeah. Oh, and again, here my background and everything, it just more to give me a better idea of my Vespa, but you don't have to go too far with this. I think I did the last value changes at the very end after I did the background, because the background helped me to fix some stuff on the Vespa. This is the reason why it's great if you can do just a small part of the background. It really helped to understand the overall lighting and the entire art direction, basically. Yeah, at this moment I was like, yes, please, my texture. And then I was like, no, I can't. This is Arcan. Stop using this. Yeah, we got the point here. Yeah, sorry, I had to really speed this video. Yeah, this moment I started to add more color variation, if I'm right. Yeah. How are you blending the color here? I use like this brush with the opacity, basically. So I'm just blending my color like this, like together with the opacity, like yeah, bless you. Like you would do like traditionally, if that was the question. And I'm using the color dynamic as well. So I can have like a subtle shift of color with each stroke. Yeah, color variation is awesome. And you know what, I will pass on this because I spent too much time on it. But yeah, at this moment, maybe I can go there. Yeah, I'm adding this color variation here and there. And I think this is what's gonna make the painting way better for the style. I really went into high saturation change and hue change as well, but really small amount of brightness. And the thing is really trust the process. Like remember the beginning of this thing was shit and now it feels okay. I'm not gonna say this is Orcan. Again, I need more work on it if I want to pretend it to be really Orcan. But the thing is, of course, the beginning isn't really rewarding. Then take your time, continue to test, and then you will come up with something basically. Yeah, my glitch texture. I just wanted to be quick to have color variation. Yeah, oh yeah, here you have the layer, but yeah, I'm starting to kind of change the color of my background just to have something a bit more in the mood of Arcan, basically. Because again, art direction is not only about rendering. So even if I mainly speaking about rendering here, it's only also about like color design and everything. So I was like, okay, let's try to match a bit more the color just to give me a better overall vibe. What is mean to learn how to use that blend if layer option mods? You mean the FX? I'm not sure to mean to learn how to use that blend if layer option mod. I'm not sure to know what it is. The one at the bottom of the FX layer panel. Okay, I will go into it on Photoshop right after, just to see. So yeah, as you can see, it was this morning. Oh, this one? Oh, yes. I will show you. I use it a lot. Yes, this is the FX. Yes, that's fine. I will show you. Yeah, there is still like 1 minute remaining, and then I show you two things on Photoshop really quick, like the FX thing and the perspective thing I wanted to show you. I will just prepare what I want to open to show you. Yeah, this is one of the best things. I really like to use it a lot. Yeah, in the end, I was like, yeah, too much contrast. Let's put a level so we have something that is a bit more like arcane. But yeah. Let me open this to answer your question. Yeah. So for homework, should we start some new painting, or is it okay to use the study with it this week? New painting is better, just so you can have a fresh start on it. So about the FX, let's open my color here. Let's take, yeah, something like this. The thing is, if you like to work with a lot of layer like me, you do like a first texture pattern, like the dot one I have. And then on top, I want to create this shape I have here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use this. I'll be like, oh, okay, let's do a cool shape like this one. Yeah, this is exactly the shape. Got the point. I apply my thing, I double click, I have my layer, and then you have this layer. So it will just remove my layer basically. Or I will be like, oh, let's remove from the dark under, or let's remove from the white under. And then if you click Alt, you can have a smoother gradient, I would say. So this is how I like to do my texture. And then you have the other option. This is how I did this, for example. And it's like, let's say you paint in color dynamic or anything. Okay, let's do this. Maybe something more contrasty will be easier. Yeah, something like this. I will do the same thing, but I will say, hey, in this layer, remove all the dark and keep the light, or remove the light and keep the dark. This is the idea. Yeah, this one is too cool. I like to use it a lot. And yeah, the other magic trick I wanted to show you is, where is my grid? Vanishing point. Okay. Okay, let's say this is my perspective, okay? I don't care if it's not the good one for the painting. We don't care. Yep. Let's say, okay, God. Okay, so the point is here. You got it. Then I want to draw a street light, but I want to repeat it in the perspective. Then I can Control T, and when I press Alt, I will move this thing with my mouse, put it here, and then I keep pressing Alt all the time, and then it will follow the perspective. Woo! And you can do all your street lamp like this in perspective. Ta-da! Magic trick. Yeah. I hope you're not too disappointed.
Absolutely mind-blowing.
Perfect. Yeah, this is really useful for street lamp. I like it. Okay, cool. The magic trick was a good one. Okay. Can I? Yeah, I can do it again. Okay, let's do it again. Control T, Alt, my mouse, the right click so I can move the gizmo. I put it on my perspective point. I keep pressing Alt and I take one of the angle with my mouse and I move it. It's magic. OMG, CSP user, do we have a similar thing? I don't know. But yeah, in Photoshop you can. And this is so cool. And you can do it on the other side as well, of course. This is magic. So yeah, here you go. Yeah, do you have any other question before we end? We're good?
I think we're all still in shock from the magic trick.
Yeah, I tried to keep the suspense until the end.
Yeah, it worked.
Yeah. Let's be honest, when my husband showed me this one, I was like, really? It was like years ago. It was so cool. How many studies do you want us to do? Oh, yes, you're right. Thank you, Misa. Okay, I know this is a lot. This is just in case you don't have anything to do in your life. If you can do one per day, it's perfect. If you cannot, that's fine. At least try to do two. Sorry, it will be great. But yeah, it's really like if you have enough time, you're not working on the side. Yeah, one per day could be great. If you're working on the side or at school or anything, I understand you don't have a lot of time. So at least two. So I can see really two different things from you. Homework is to draw a vehicle. The thing is, maybe I should be more precise about this. Try to take a small object or something small to paint, because if you start to do an entire environment, it will be too much. So that's why if you can go for like a Vespa, a car, maybe a food bowl or anything you want that can be small, that's great. Like kind of a props, I would say. One a day, every day, different style. Yes. Props, okay. Does this have to be 1 hour? No. No matter how many hours you need. It took me like 3 hours for each of this study. So no, forget about the 1 hour. You will see that it will be way easier for you in terms of time, because you were like, oh, now 2 hours feels a lot after the 1 hour. So this is the good thing, but you will have to really think about what you're doing. So you do this, and of course you do a mood board on the side with the notes for each art direction, so I can be sure you took the time to understand and deconstruct the art direction. So basically you do what I've done.
Would you also recommend, like, kind of like how you picked the Vespa, to pick a prop that doesn't already exist in the art direction?
It's better, yeah. If you can do this, it's really better, so you can't copy anything from the art direction. So if this is something about space, you can draw sushi. There is no sushi in space. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah. So we do 5 Vespa or other vehicle. You can do other vehicle. I like to use the same one because I can really see the difference each time. But maybe you will get tired after 2 Vespa. You will need to do something else. So up to you for this. But yeah, not something too complicated, something different from what we can see inside the art direction, so you can really understand everything. But yeah. And yes, try to work in 4K so you can really go in detail. And here, yes, I put full environment, but it's really if you have time. Like if you want to do 5 full environment in art direction, I mean, go for it if you have time. But yeah, this is a lot. Any other question?
Oh, I have a question about kind of like viz dev and like the difference between that and like other kinds of art. Like I was looking at the art station for what's her name? Morgan Prost. So like all the stuff in here, it all says like viz dev. But I guess I have a hard time understanding like what is the difference between like how that is done versus like the actual art, or like just like a different kind of thing, like some other kind of exploration maybe. Like, because I guess oh, sorry, what was it?
No, I know Morgan. I know his work. I will be able to tell you.
Yeah, like the intergalactic one, I think.
Yeah. So there is a lot that is concept art, photo bash, 3D, all this, which is visual development, basically. This stuff are more study based on photo he took or photo he found on internet, I guess. Not sure, but I guess. But oh, I have one. Yes, I know that, for example, this one, he did it in 3D with some paint over. So this is full visual development. There is no full ref for it, if I'm right again, but I remember I asked him, so it was like 3D base and then paint over. He's really great at doing this. He's really, really so good.
So I guess
yeah.
Oh, the question I have is it's kind of weird. It's hard to figure out how to ask it clearly. I guess it's kind of like I don't fully see what the difference is between like a viz dev piece versus like a study versus like intergalactic or like Yellowbird, like when you see like the production art.
Yeah, I see. For example, when you're doing viz dev, you will kind of construct everything. Of course, you will have reference on the side, so you'll be able to construct the thing in a good way, the good architecture and everything. But the final product is not based on a photo. And when you're doing a study, the most part of the time, it's based on the photo, because this is the goal of your study. So you have the photo, maybe you want to learn like color, perspective, or anything. So at this moment, this is a study. But the tricky thing is that you can do VizDev on a study. It's like, okay, you have a photo, but maybe you want to experiment with the color and the lighting and change things on it. So in the end, you just keep the design. You did VizDev because you changed pretty much everything. So again, these are just more words than really, like, it's how to explain that clearly. There is no clear line for that, to be honest. Like, some people call their study VizDev because they change pretty much everything. Some people call it study. You will be hired to do concept art, and then they will tell you, hey, this is VizDev because this is the same thing. Some people will hire you to do matte painting, but in the end, this is just actual painting and not really the matte painting we're used to a few years ago. So again, don't take this name too seriously. It will depend on the company and what they ask you to do and who is posting what. I saw some people posting concept art, and it was a study.
I guess that's why it was kind of confusing, because
Yeah.
like I haven't worked in like VizDev and like feature kind of stuff, so I wasn't sure. I mean, it seems like when you do VizDev, it's for like a purpose of creating the concept art. So
Exactly.
I wasn't sure if it was like, are they designing like the room that it's gonna be, or like the lighting, or like the color of the
Everything. When
something.
you're doing VizDev, you need to design pretty much everything. This is, I would say, the most complete work you can have in animation, because they can ask you to design, they can ask you color key, keyframe, they can ask you pretty much everything. So they can ask you to render. This is what I'm doing right now. And they ask you everything. They ask me to put character inside my painting, even if I'm not used to draw character, but you have to be able to do it. So when you're doing visual development, you will just develop the entire visual of a movie, all the aspects of it. And when you're doing a study, you're just practicing some of these aspects based on something already existing the most part of the time.
Oh, okay. I think
Hope
the
it
other
helps.
the other thing that like kind of confused me about it is like a lot of times when I see VizDev, it's for things like Pixar and like 3D movies, where it's like a painting and then the real thing is 3D. But then when you
Yeah.
see something like Yellowbird, it's like the paintings and the final look the same. So I think that's where I also got confused. But yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
it's like a longer
But the
question.
thing is, no, that's fine. The thing is, for Spider-Verse, for example, they really try to match what was done in VizDev.
Mhm.
And for Yellowbird, the different is like it was more background painting than VizDev, because my painting were meant to be like directly inside the final. So they project my painting in 3D directly. So the 3D don't redo my painting, they project it. So this is again something a bit different. And when you're doing VizDev, for example, for Pixar or anything, they have their own pipeline. So they will do like the kind of the same 3D all the time, I would say. But the VizDev artist can work like kind of the way they want, as long as they express like the lighting and the design and everything. They can like work in their style, basically. So again, depending on production. Yeah, see how photos were going. But yeah, hope it make it a little bit clear, but I know it's really confusing. Okay, cool. Yeah. Do you have any other question? Or do I go to hit? Great. Okay, cool. Then see you next week, and can't wait to see what you're gonna do.
Thanks so much, Leah. Have a
Bye.
good one. Take
Thank
care.
you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so
Bye,
much.
everyone.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.